Okay. Do you want to call the case, Ms. Gropper?
Yes, Your Honor. This is case number 21 CR 0314, State of Georgia versus Chloe Alexis Driver. State's ready for that.
Same announcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Y'all may have other matters that we can take up as needed. I am aware, as you have probably been made aware, that we have received 2 additional Rule 22 motions other than the one we've already addressed. We received one yesterday afternoon, approximately 4 o'clock-ish, from Fox 5. We received one morning at 10 a.m. from Law and Order TV. If there's no objection to counsel, and I don't know if they're representatives from those agencies here. Yes, ma'am. Are you?
Law and crime.
Law and crime. Yeah. My inclination at this point is to point out to both of those outlets that their motions are not timely in terms of addressing them before we get started with the jury this morning. We need to get the show on the road, so to speak, and not the kind of show that any outlet might have in mind. And so we will take up those motions if we can work them in at some point. It may be the end of the day today, but if we can get to it sooner, we will. But those are not timely motions. We are not blocking public access to this trial, as there is already media coverage in place. And so unless y'all have any problem with that, that's what we're going to do.
Nothing from the state.
All right. If you are here for Fox 5 or for Law and Order, or I'm sorry, Law and Crime TV, you can certainly remain in the courtroom. You can take notes if you would like. I'll certainly permit that. You may make audio recordings if you wish to do that. You may not be part of the court TV pool coverage until, or have any other publication of what's going on in here other than what I've specified until we can take up your motions, since we're both late. So is anybody here from Fox 5? We haven't seen anybody from Fox 5. Okay. And Ms. Gropper, I'm sorry, who?
He's an investigator.
He's an investigator. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I thought you might be a reporter.
No, the technology was having trouble this morning recognizing the domain, so we've been trying to sort that out. And he's trying to assist with another computer. So.
Okay.
Judge, I think Ms. Overcash was able to find one, but I think we were asking if there was some sort of little lectern or stand we could set up instead of having to move the entire unit.
I can get one, Judge. I have one.
Okay. It's very easy to move the unit. I mean, it just rolls around and faces the.
They may have it taped
Oh,
down.
they have it taped down, so you can't.
Just may I go do that? Is that okay?
Pardon me?
May I go get the lectern?
Yes. Now, if there's somebody here that's the representative of Court TV, I'd kind of like to know what we have going on here. I'm sorry, ma'am?
I'm Tiffany Smith with Court TV.
Tiffany Smith?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. Yes.
So what we have set up today are two remote cameras, one in front, one to the side. The camera to the side will eventually move to the back of the courtroom. We are sending a private live stream link to the courthouse. I sent it to Ms. Jody over here, which she can provide a link, provide that link to anyone here in the courthouse who can monitor what we're doing. My team in our office in Atlanta is fully aware that we are not to broadcast until 1 hour. We also know that any record photos are off limits, which we wouldn't typically show that anyway. And I understand that the defense team has a list of witnesses that wish not to be shown on the witness stand, and he's going to get that list to me.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. And I'm sorry, if you would tell me your name again. I got Tiffany Smith, right? Did I get it?
Sonia King.
Sonia King, okay. And Ms. King, there is an order in place that addresses, the way we have instructed Court TV to operate, and you're welcome to take a look at that. Court administrator can get that for you. And the only thing I would take up with y'all is the comments, live stream comments, and that's what we'll need to address. But right now, we don't have time to address it. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the jury. Unless there are matters of substance in the case that we need to take up outside their presence.
I would just like to renew our objection to Rule 22, and I will inform the court that one of the witnesses we anticipate in this case, Mr. Spillers, he's in custody. He was the guy that was in federal custody, was brought up to Cherokee County someday last week. He has been talking to Mr. Ben Michael on the telephone from the jail, and they have been making references to the fact that this case is going to be broadcast, and that Mr. Spillers made a comment about he's been given a microphone and he's going to make an event of it. So I just want to make the court aware of that in terms of his statements that he's made by phone from the jail. And we would just renew our objection to the 22.
Your Honor, we've met with Mr. Spillers. We've instructed him that what the implications for the rule of sequestration are. Obviously, he can't view much from the county jail, but he is communicating with people who are not in custody. I have instructed him about the fact that he cannot speak with people about what they may be viewing through the media and what impact that might have on the case. And I have also instructed him that while he may have a microphone, that there are issues of relevance and matters of consequence in this trial that we will attempt to stay focused on. So he's been instructed of all those things. Obviously, we can take up the appropriate objections at the appropriate times, but we've done our best.
Anything else on that from the defense? Now, I know there was a motion or a proposed order submitted by the defense that I had reviewed, but I held off on executing it until I heard from the state about it. Have you seen that order?
That was just to join your order to keep from Mr. Spillers.
Oh, I don't know that motion to join satisfies the feds in terms of an appropriate writ, but the state really doesn't have any position in that regard. We had to make certifications to the federal government in order to obtain him, and I don't know that if they're going to require the same certifications from the defense or that they go through a separate process. I did get it. I just, in terms of the enforceability or legal validity of it, the state really takes no position. We did anticipate having him transported back at the end of this week. If that's something that needs to be taken up, we can do so, but I would likely have to communicate with the federal authorities that he is on loan from in order to give a more detailed assessment to the defense. I don't know how long the defense is requesting he be retained.
If he testifies for the state, then it's not an issue. It's just reserving our right to keep him here, and we could probably accommodate it on Friday or within the federal timeline if we need to.
Okay, well, I just executed the order. For whatever weight it may have with Mr. Spiller's custodians and any other issues as far as how long he's held here with us, we can take up at the appropriate time.
Judge, I guess we would just invoke the rule of sequestration, and we would just ask it to apply to any witness that's listed on the state's witness list for this case, period. And any witness that the defense has identified as well as our witnesses. Just to cover anybody's basis for people watching things online.
Did you want to respond to that, Ms. Cropper?
Your Honor, we have instructed our witnesses about the rule of sequestration, and we will alert the court if we have any concerns in that regard. But
All right, well, I guess I don't believe there are any witnesses currently in the courtroom,
no, Your Honor.
but to the extent they may be, listening or otherwise at some point available. Obviously, the rule's been invoked. No witness is to talk to another witness about his or her testimony either before or after they testify until the conclusion of the trial. Anything else?
I think Your Honor might have to control this technology. I just wanted to make sure that it is in fact working before we get started.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm going to give them some pretrial instructions, and
I just didn't want this to be a snag in the middle.
I understand. It is on, it says.
Okay, that one's working. This one.
There we go.
Oh, yep. Okay.
It just takes a minute sometimes. Anything else, Mr. Trethaway?
Yes, just wanted to let the court know that in case you wanted to inquire of Ms. Driver, that we intend going forward to admit that she did in fact commit the acts alleged in the indictment. I didn't know if Your Honor wanted to inquire of her as to whether or not she agrees with our, had enough time to discuss our strategy with us and whether or not she agrees to and understands what we are doing.
All right. Could you place your client under oath, please?
You want to just stand or could you?
She can remain seated.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear the information testimony about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay, you can put your hand down.
All right, Ms. Driver. And if I hadn't really anticipated doing this, but since you brought it up, Ms. Trethaway, as far as inquiry, I'll ask you first, Ms. Trethaway. I know that, at various points in this, there have been concerns about not only Ms. Driver's criminal responsibility based on her mental health status, but also her competency to stand trial. Have there been any recent concerns that you've had in preparing for trial and in communicating with her?
No, Your Honor.
So, all right, thank you. Ms. Driver, are you taking any prescription medication right now?
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't recall specific diagnoses that you may have had, but do you feel like whatever symptoms you've experienced previously are managed by the medication at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that you have a constitutional right to be mentally competent at the time that you go to trial. And the way the law defines that is that you have to be able to understand what you're charged with, what your position is in regard to those charges, meaning you have to be able to understand the state's evidence against you and the risk of going to trial. And you have to be able to communicate with your attorneys and be able to understand what they're telling you and vice versa. Do you have any concerns about any of that as you sit here? All right. And then the issue that Ms. Trethewey brought up. You understand that a special plea, although I don't think that's actually the term anymore, but a notice of insanity defense has been filed on your behalf by your attorneys. And what that means during the trial is that the state has they always have the burden of proving your guilt, that you committed the offense by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, the proof that you are not guilty by reason of insanity is something that is your burden, but the jury will be given a verdict form ultimately that says they can find you guilty of the counts that you're charged with, just guilty or not guilty, or they can find you not guilty by reason of insanity or guilty but mentally ill. Ms. Trethewey has stated that y'all have discussed a trial strategy of acknowledging you committed the offenses that you're charged with in this indictment. If you admit those, then you are you are telling the jury, I agree that I could be found guilty of malice murder. I could be found guilty of felony murder. There are 2 counts of that. I could be guilty of aggravated assault and guilty of cruelty to children in the first degree. You're asking the jury not to do that based on the evidence that's going to be presented about your mental health status and other facts and circumstances surrounding the case. But by admitting you committed the acts, you are telling the jury, essentially the state doesn't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you committed them.
I did want to just clarify that we're acknowledging, as part of our defense, the physical acts. We're not conceding mental state or any burden upon the state to prove the intent behind the crimes as well. We're the physical act, the actus reus involved in this case.
Okay, so you're not admitting malice, you're not admitting intent. I guess the maliciously is another element of the offense of the cruelty to children in the first. All right. Well, I hope I didn't confuse you then, ma'am. That's what I understood Ms. Trethewey to be saying, and I was incorrect. So to restate it then, if your lawyers on your behalf admit that you committed the acts that you are charged with, then you are admitting to a number of the elements of the crimes that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You're not admitting to all of the elements. That is, you're not admitting to malice or intent, but you are, sort of taking off the state's checklist a number of elements that they would otherwise have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that? Am I saying that in a way that makes sense to you? And if you have any questions, if I'm confusing you or not being clear, please let me know. And I'm just trying to make sure that you understand and agree with that trial strategy, that presentation of the case. Okay. Anything else before we bring the jury out this morning?
Not from the state. No, thank you.
Okay. So when did the cameras start? Or they already started? They're on, okay. Just didn't know. All right. Let's bring the jury in. You can be seated. Thank you. Actually, as we get started here this morning, I'm going to ask that you please stand and raise your right hand so that I can administer your trial oath. Do you swear or affirm that you shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Chloe Alexis Driver, who is charged with 1 count of malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 1 count of aggravated assault, and 1 count of cruelty to children in the 1st degree, and a true verdict to give according to the evidence? If you do so swear or affirm, please state I do. All right, thank you. You can be seated. I appreciate all of you returning to us today. I hope you had a good long weekend. As we begin, I want to note to you that you may have already observed that there are cameras in the courtroom. We have been contacted by various media outlets about broadcasting this trial. And so I want to explain that to you a little bit. The Constitution, both the U.S. Constitution and the Georgia Constitution, provide that a defendant is entitled to a public trial. That is a fundamental principle of our justice system. And the purpose of it is to make sure that the public is aware of what is going on with essentially their elected officials and their system of government. And I'm going to apologize to you because I have a scratchy throat, and if I have to put a cough drop in my mouth, I'm going to do it. And, you know, the purpose The way that we started having public trials was that, I think I told you before jury selection, most of our jury system we inherited from the British system of government, and jury trials began in part to be open and not to have the king or queen be able to prosecute people behind closed doors. If you've ever heard this saying or phrase "star chamber," that's where it came from. So it is a fundamental and important principle in criminal law. It is also the express policy of the state of Georgia to allow public access to courtrooms and to court proceedings. And so the laws are in place that allow the media to cover this in order to allow the public to understand what goes on in a court proceeding. There are open records requirements of other branches of government. You may have seen, a county commission meeting on television, or perhaps if you're a real political nerd like me, you may have watched C-SPAN or the state legislature. They're on TV too. So this is, similar to that in that there will be media coverage. I think all of us in the court system got a little more used to it during the pandemic because there was a special rule put in place that we could keep crowds out of the courtroom so that we could keep people socially distant, but we had to live stream everything that we were doing. And so we've all sort of gotten used to being live streamed and having people come up to us and say, I can't believe you did this, or I can't believe you said this, or thank you for doing this, or whatever. Your identities are going to be protected during this process because we know that you are not familiar with this. You will be referred to by number. You will not be on camera. You will not be allowed to be approached by anybody from the media at any point during the trial. We know that y'all are not used to this, and we are going to preserve your privacy and the integrity of this process. We're going to do everything we can to do that. The court administrator is viewing this in real time, and there's a delay in broadcasting it. And if there's anything that comes up that is not kosher according to the rules, then we're going to, we'll make adjustments to that. So I just wanted to make you aware of all of those things before we get started. Now, also, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions on some fundamental principles of criminal law and the procedures that we will follow during the trial. That's okay. I'll let you get adjusted. Here we go. The defendant is charged in the indictment with crimes that are violations of certain laws of the state of Georgia. I want to emphasize to you that the indictment and the plea are the legal procedures by which the charges are brought, and they are not evidence. This defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the case with a presumption of innocence in her favor, and this presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime as charged is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state. Every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to introduce evidence or to prove innocence. When a defense is raised by the evidence, the burden is on the state to negate or disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. A reasonable doubt is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict in the evidence. After giving consideration to all of the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law and you should acquit the defendant. But if that doubt does not exist in your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. Now, I mentioned that when a defense is raised by the evidence, the burden is on the state to negate or disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the general law. There may be some defenses raised in this case that does not apply to, and I'll give you further instructions on that as the course of the trial goes forward. Under our system, it is my duty as the trial judge to determine the law that applies to the case and to instruct you, the jury, on the specific rules of law that you must apply to the facts in arriving at a verdict. During the trial, I may be called upon to rule upon motions or objections. Nothing I say in making these rulings or at any time during the trial is evidence and should not be considered as any indication that I have any leaning in this case whatsoever. My only interest in the case is to make sure that it is fairly tried according to the laws of this state, the Constitution of this state, and the Constitution of the United States. The lawyers serve as advocates for their clients and are duty-bound to represent their clients to the best of their ability. If at any time the lawyers believe that any law, procedure, or rule of evidence is being violated, they may make motions regarding the conduct of the trial or objection to the admission of evidence. In making these motions or objections, the lawyers are seeking to fulfill their duties to their clients and to the court. Sometimes these motions or objections may require the court to consider them outside your presence, and you will be excused to the jury room while we consider them. We try to minimize these as much as we can, and we appreciate your patience when we have to do so. The procedure in this trial will generally be this. First, the attorneys for both sides have the opportunity to make what is called an opening statement. The opening statement is not evidence, but it is a preview of what the attorneys expect the evidence to be. Remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence. Nothing that they say during the course of the trial is evidence, nor is anything that I say to be considered as evidence. Evidence may be in the form of testimony given by witnesses from the witness stand or physical evidence, which is identified by exhibit number. During the trial, the admission of evidence will be governed by certain rules of evidence. The purpose of these rules is to assure that only the best and highest evidence is admitted for your consideration so that you may determine the truth. During the trial, the attorneys have the right to object to the admission of evidence if they believe that its admission would violate a rule of evidence. I will admit or exclude the evidence according to those rules. If I overrule an objection, this means you are not allowed to consider the evidence being offered. On the other hand, if I sustain an objection, this means you may not consider the evidence being offered. You should consider only that testimony and only those exhibits that are admitted. And you should draw no inferences or make no assumption about the evidence objected to if the objection was sustained. You, the jury, must determine the credibility or believability of the witnesses. It is for you to determine which witness or witnesses you will believe and which witness or witnesses you will not believe, if there are some whom you do not believe. In determining the credibility or believability of the witnesses, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, the manner in which the witnesses testify, their intelligence, their interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, their means and opportunity for knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, and the occurrences about which they testify. As the fact finder, it is your duty to believe the witnesses whom you think are most believable. It is for you alone to determine what testimony you will believe and what testimony you will not believe. It is important that you pay close attention to all of the evidence as it is presented. View all of the evidence in this case with an open mind and reach no final conclusions until you receive the instruction of the court and you begin your deliberations. It is important that you see and hear all of the evidence as it is presented. I find that sometimes I can't hear a witness, and if I ask a witness to get closer to the microphone or speak up, it's not trying to emphasize that witness's testimony or any part of that witness's testimony. It just means that I couldn't hear, that I'm concerned that the court reporter may not be able to hear or you may not be able to hear. If there are witnesses you can't hear or exhibits you cannot see, don't hesitate to raise your hand and let us know. After opening statement, the bailiffs will give you notepads and pencils or pens for note-taking. As I said, it's important that you pay close attention to all of the evidence. You will hear from numerous witnesses in this case, and we do not have the technology for any kind of real-time playback or transcript of a witness's testimony. So your full attention is important. Note-taking may be part of what helps you recall the testimony, but you're not required to take notes. If you choose to take notes, you should also remember that observing a witness's testimony from the witness stand is one of the ways to evaluate a witness's credibility. These notes are for your personal use, and they're not to be shared with one another until you begin your deliberations. We will usually remind you to keep your notepads in the chairs, and the bailiffs will take care of them in the evenings. And we keep the courtroom locked during the evenings during a trial. So your notes will not be shared with anybody until you begin deliberations. Notes are not evidence. They are aids to your memory, and we do take them and destroy them after the conclusion of the trial. You have taken an oath to give a true verdict in this case according to the evidence. For that reason, you must decide this case based solely on the evidence that is presented to you in the courtroom. You may not at any time perform any investigation or research of any kind, either on your own or as a group. You may not consult with anything, any dictionary or anything online about general information about the subject of this trial. Do not look up anything concerning this case or any of the people involved, including the defendant, the witnesses, the lawyers, or the judge. Do not go to any scene where any of the events that are the subject of this trial are alleged to have taken place, or don't use any kind of internet application to view that location. Do not read or listen to any media reports concerning the allegations of this indictment or the trial of this case. And that includes any reports on any form of internet or social media. Do not do any kind of legal research about the rules of evidence or the instructions that you are given about the law that applies to this case. Don't have any discussions among yourselves until I give you permission to begin your deliberations. Until you arrive at a verdict, you may not discuss this case with anyone else by any means, whether in person, in writing, or electronically. I think I may have discussed this earlier, but you may not have any contact with the lawyers of the parties. The attorneys are aware of this, and if they see you out in the hallway, or, if they choose and they go the other way, or if they choose not to ride up on the elevator with you, that doesn't mean they aren't friendly people or don't appreciate what you're doing. It just means that they want to avoid any appearance of impropriety, any appearance that they have violated any rule. As I believe I also have already told you, you get to have your cell phones if you want them. They must be turned off when you're in the courtroom, but you can use them during recesses, and make sure that you turn them off when you come back into the courtroom after a recess. The bailiffs are trained and experienced in assisting you in matters concerning your comfort and convenience, and they help us follow the procedures that we know will help the trial go more smoothly. They cannot answer legal questions for you, but if you need to take a break, for example, you can write that down on a notepad and send that note to the bailiffs, and they will let us know. We do take recesses on a fairly regular basis, but if you need to take a break before it looks like we're getting there, don't hesitate to let us know, and we will accommodate you as soon as we can. All right, counsel, anything else before we go to opening statement?
No, thank you.
All right, Ms. Crawford, then whenever you are ready.
Children often suffer the consequences of the decisions of adults. And this case is no exception to that. This is Hannah Nicole Driver.
And Ms. Crawford, can you move the microphone that's on the lectern a little bit closer to you? Yes, I think you can move it. Is it taped down? That'd be good. Thank you.
This is Hannah Nicole Driver. On December 8th of 2020, she was 13 months old. This is not the way that you will see her in this trial. Instead, you will see her the way that first responding officers saw her, the way that the EMTs saw her, the way that the ER doctors saw her, and eventually the way that the medical examiner saw her. You will see this 13-month-old beautiful baby girl who had been brutally murdered by her mother, stabbed repeatedly until every bit of life drained out of her, and she died. But I wanted to start with a picture of what Hannah Nicole Driver was like before that happened. You are going to hear that Chloe Driver was her mother, and Chloe Driver was involved in an alternative lifestyle. You're going to hear, as the week goes on, a lot of distracting evidence. You are going to hear a lot of messy evidence about this group, about their belief systems. You are going to hear a lot of things that take the focus off of Hannah Nicole Driver. And I wanted to start with this photo because what your role is in this case and what your decision is in this case is what happened to Hannah and what the laws are governing the death of Hannah and what your decision is with regard to the murder of Hannah. But you will be confronted this week with a lot of shiny objects, a lot of dramatic, crazy evidence about these people and their viewpoints and their belief systems and their practices. You're going to hear that Chloe Driver was one of 3 wives of a man named Brian Joyce. All of them had alternative religious names that they assigned to each other. Brian Joyce also went by the name Benjamin Ben Michael. Some people call him Z. Chloe Driver went by the name Kuwani. Hannah, the baby, they called Nimsi. The other 2 wives, Jessica and Sarah, they had other religious names as well. But the evidence will be that that group, that core group of 3 wives and the husband, Benjamin, that of the 3 wives in 2020, Chloe had been with Benjamin the longest. Of the 3 wives, she was the longest surviving wife of that group. And then after her came Jessica, who had been in the group for about 2 years. Chloe had been with him for about 3 years. And then Sarah came last. She had been with him for less than a year. But they all lived together as a family. Chloe had a baby, Hannah, with Benjamin. And so it was Benjamin, the 3 wives, and the baby. You'll also hear the evidence that there was another individual that spent a lot of time with them, traveled with them, participated in a lot of their same belief systems. His name's Jason Spillers. You'll see him in this case and hear evidence from him as well. So the belief system. What you will hear is that they had very sort of radical views. They were strict vegans. They only drank purified water. They did not believe in any type of drugs or alcohol, no modern medicine. Hannah never had a birth certificate or went to the doctor. You'll hear that they participated in alternative healing practices like drinking their own urine, sensory deprivation, meditation, that they did not believe in modern medicine. You will hear that they collectively as a group engaged in this sort of thought process that they had a higher consciousness than the rest of the world, that they were called upon to challenge the realities of sort of the traditional worldview. And that was something that they all leaned into and felt pride in. And it was collective as the group. They were all like-minded in that way. Now, you're also going to hear that they were pretty nomadic, that they didn't have strong roots anywhere, that they traveled around a lot, that they bounced from place to place, spent time in different locations. None of them were from Cherokee County. It was a sheer coincidence that this act happened in our jurisdiction. I'll get into that. On December the 8th of 2020, they were traveling from North Carolina down to Florida. Benjamin, the husband, had previously lived in a residence at 215 Mountain Vista Boulevard in Canton, Georgia, with a man by the name of Gerald Ablin. Gerald Ablin still lived in that residence on December the 8th of 2020. And so in their travels, Benjamin, Jason Spillers, and 3 wives, Sarah, Jessica, Chloe, and the baby, Hannah, were all caravanning from North Carolina down to Florida in 4 different vehicles, a U-Haul and 3 cars. And they were planning to move down to Florida. And they stopped at Jerry Ablin's house in Canton, Georgia, 3 miles from this courthouse, because Benjamin had stuff in Jerry's basement. And so the plan was for Jason and Benjamin to load up the stuff that was in Jerry's basement into the U-Haul and to get back on the road and head to Florida. What happened was when they got there, 2 of the wives, Sarah and Jessica, went to one of the upstairs bedrooms to take a nap. And Hannah and Chloe went to another upstairs bedroom to take a nap. Gerald Ablin, the homeowner, worked from home. He's a software engineer. So he was on a Zoom call working, and the women and the baby went to the room so they didn't disturb him. And Jason Spillers and Benjamin went to work moving the things out of the basement into the U-Haul. It was supposed to be a seemingly short stopover, and then they would all get back on the road. And when they were done, and it was time to leave, something happened. This is the residence. You'll hear that when Jason and Benjamin were distracted, moving things out of the basement, Chloe Driver, at some point, went down to the kitchen, got a knife out of the knife block, returned to the room with Hannah, locked the door behind her, and repeatedly stabbed Hannah to death with this knife. She then took the knife and stabbed herself in the neck. This is where Hannah Driver bled to death. You'll hear that Jason and Benjamin were out in the driveway. They were getting ready to go. Sarah and Jessica had come down. They were in the driveway getting ready to go. And Benjamin went upstairs to get Chloe and the baby. And the door was locked. And he heard noises. And he panicked. And he kicked the door down. And he found the scene of his 13-month-old daughter bleeding to death on the bed, and Chloe on the ground with a knife wound to her neck as well. You'll see evidence of him kicking in the door. And you'll hear the witnesses who said they heard the most blood-curdling scream from him. What did you do? What did you do? You will see the body cam footage of the first responders on the scene who rushed in to try to save the baby and Chloe Driver. And what you will see is Benjamin with his hands on Hannah's neck trying to keep her from bleeding to death, and Jason Spillers, the other man that's a part of this group, with his hands on Chloe's neck trying to save her life. You will see these men were in shock. They were desperately trying to help. And you will see the response of first responders, EMTs, and everybody who did everything they could for Hannah and Chloe. You will hear that Hannah died, that she had 4 stab wounds. One of them was a 1.5-inch deep stab wound to her back. The other wounds were 3 stab wounds to the neck, one of which was so deep that it went all the way through her tiny neck, transected her carotid artery, and hit her vertebrae. You are going to hear a lot of evidence about Benjamin, and I don't particularly expect you to like him. I expect you are going to hear that they're not from Cherokee County. But what I want you to remember in this trial is that their belief system and practices are not on trial. We only have jurisdiction over crimes that happened in Cherokee County. And what the evidence will be is that the only crime that happened in Cherokee County was a crime that was committed by Chloe Driver. The evidence will show that the only act committed by Benjamin in Cherokee County was the desperate act to save his baby daughter. And you will see it. Now, the state has the burden of proving that she murdered Hannah and that she intended Hannah's death. And that will be very, very clear from the evidence. The defense is raising the issue of insanity and going to ask you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. And that is their burden to prove. There is a legal definition of what insanity is, and opening statements are not necessarily the appropriate time for us to get into what the law is and how you apply the law. That will be something that comes at the end of this trial. But what opening statements are for is to give you a roadmap, to help you focus on the important issues and to help you know what to look for when the evidence is coming before you. And so in that regard, the things that I can appropriately tell you is you're going to hear a lot of things in this case about throwing witnesses and evidence, throwing around terms like crazy, mentally ill, insane. And you, as human beings that know the English language, probably use all of those terms kind of interchangeably. But the truth is the law has definitions for things, and they are not the same. So what I would like for you to pay attention to in the presentation of evidence in this case is the evidence that she understood the wrongfulness of her actions, that she understood the difference between wrong and right. And there will be plenty of evidence presented to you that she did. One of those pieces of evidence is when she was sitting in the hospital bed, one of the first things that she wrote to law enforcement, because she could not speak because she had a trach, was, "How long will my prison sentence be for killing her?"
This is the evidence that will come before you that demonstrates that she understood the wrongfulness of her actions. Pay attention. She locked the door. She waited until she was isolated. Those are pieces of evidence that will come before you that are important. The next thing I would like you to pay attention to in the presentation of evidence is why she killed Hannah. There will be evidence about why she killed Hannah. Pay very, very close attention to what motivated her actions. He didn't do it, I did it. I was going insane and no longer wanted to be with his friends, but kept coming back for him. I only wanted my baby and husband, but he refused. The evidence will be she wanted him. She wanted to be with him. She was the first of this group of 3 wives, and the 2 others came after her. The evidence will be clear that she wanted to be with him, and he was never going to give up this polygamous cult lifestyle that they had adopted. This was one of the first writings that she made about why she killed Hannah. Pay attention to the why. Her cell phone was searched, and you'll see evidence of that. She searched killing somebody to save them. Also, a couple of weeks before she killed Hannah, she searched how to snap a neck. The evidence is going to be she was evaluated in the hospital by a psychiatrist shortly after she killed Hannah, and he indicated the patient felt the only way out was to kill her daughter and herself. I couldn't handle being with the group anymore, and you left no alternative with certain threats. This was her note that she wrote to Benjamin. She wanted him and the baby, and she wanted everybody else to go. And that wasn't an option, so she picked a different one. There is going to be evidence in this case that she believed some things that were pretty crazy. And there's that word again, crazy. It doesn't have a legal definition. You're going to be focused more on mental illness and insanity and making your determination. But just in the English language context, there's going to be evidence that comes before you that sounds insane. There is going to be evidence that she believed things that the rest of the group believed too. That the world is fake, that we're living in hell, that they have the ability to, with their minds, control the actions of other people around them. These things were not unique to Chloe Driver. The entire group believed that this higher level of consciousness was something that they were called upon to do, to serve the world. And so what I ask you to do when you are assessing these things is, there may be a question about whether these are delusions or whether these are just genuinely held religious views that maybe are untraditional that the rest of the world doesn't agree with. And that's something that you're going to have to parse out. But here's the thing that is very, very clear and will be very important to your determination in this case. None of these bizarre views had anything to do with Hannah. That is of critical importance. I started with a picture of Hannah, and I'm going back to it because when we talk about the issue of insanity that will be raised in this case, you have to focus on how her belief system, her mind, her thoughts, how those things related to Hannah, her feelings about Hannah, the reason she committed the act against Hannah. You cannot just say she has crazy beliefs without considering Hannah. So in this case, what you will hear and what the evidence will show is not a single witness, not a single doctor that evaluated her, not a single statement Chloe Driver has ever made was that Hannah believed, or she believed Hannah was any kind of a threat to her. There will be no evidence of that. You will not hear that she was ever afraid of Hannah. You will not hear that she ever felt like she needed to defend herself against Hannah. And how she felt about Hannah in her mind and in her actions and informing her intent is something that you need to pay attention to in this case. It will help you solve the legal equation. Whether she had delusions or not is a teeny tiny part of the legal equation you will solve. The evidence that will come before you is none of that stuff related to the reasons why she committed this act against Hannah or her beliefs about Hannah, the baby, the victim in this case. You are going to have to evaluate the evidence that comes before you about whether any of her belief systems were manifestations of mental illness and how that related to the act that she committed. And what the evidence is going to be is that any manifestations of mental illness were completely separate from the motivations for why she killed Hannah. The evidence is going to why she killed Hannah wasn't her delusions, it was her reality. The evidence is going to be that she couldn't decide if she wanted to stay or go, so she picked a third option. And the evidence is going to show that that wasn't delusional at all. That was very reasonable thinking based upon the situation she willfully put herself in. I suspect in this case, there's going to be a lot of effort to paint Chloe Driver as the victim instead of this baby girl. You are going to hear that she was held against her will, she didn't feel like she was free to leave, but the evidence is going to demonstrate that that is not true. The evidence is going to demonstrate that as she sat there and stabbed Hannah to death, she had a diaper bag with her personal effects in it, and inside that diaper bag was a cell phone, $1,000 cash, blank checks in the name of Chloe Alexis Driver that connected to a bank account in the name of Chloe Alexis Driver that had $65,000 in it. She had the means to leave. The evidence is going to be she didn't want to. She wanted him. She had supportive parents who she had seen the day before she murdered Hannah. And instead, she chose to go with the group. That is what the evidence is going to be. The evidence will not be that she was held against her will. The evidence will be that she exercised her free will in wanting to be with Benjamin. The evidence will be that at every opportunity, she took the opportunity to maintain her relationship with him, even after she murdered Hannah. The evidence will be that she wanted to have her cake and eat it too. Even after she was arrested and charged with murder, the evidence that will come before you is that she was simultaneously talking to doctors, speaking to lawyers, evaluating her options for a defense in this case, telling them that she was an oppressed victim of this religious cult to shirk responsibility for her criminal actions and placing the blame on Benjamin, saying all those things to the doctors and professionals that were evaluating her, while simultaneously continuing to maintain conversations with him, continuing to maintain a relationship with him, making hundreds of phone calls to him and telling him how much she loved him. Phone calls that she placed out. He could not call her. The evidence will not be that she could not exercise free will. The evidence will be that she wanted to be with him. What you are going to hear is probably that this cult lifestyle wasn't great for her mental health. But that is not the issue before you in this case. The evidence is going to be that Chloe Driver was swimming in the pond she jumped in. And she did it willfully. It was the air that she breathed. And she chose that even after she took the life of Hannah Nicole Driver. You will not hear that she was deprived of free will. You will see that she exercised her free will. And the person that suffered the consequences of her choices was Hannah, not Chloe. The evidence will be clear that Chloe murdered Hannah. She did it willfully, she did it intentionally, and she wanted her to die. The evidence will also demonstrate maybe that Chloe was a weak-minded person who is particularly susceptible to the cult lifestyle. But that is not the issue before you. The evidence will not demonstrate that she meets the definition of criminal insanity to the extent that she cannot be held responsible for her actions. And once all of the evidence has come before you, and all of the witnesses have been questioned, I'm going to ask you to hold her responsible for the consequences that this child suffered from her choices and her decisions. And I'm going to ask you to find her guilty.
All right, Ms. Trethewey.
Good morning. I want to make one thing abundantly clear from the outset of this case, and that no one in this courtroom is going to stand here and dispute that the murder of a child is a horrific event. This is a tragic and heartbreaking case. There's simply no other way to explain it. There's no rational way to explain that. There is no dispute as to the facts regarding the events that occurred on December 8th of 2020 at 215 Mountain Vista Boulevard here in Canton. Ms. Driver does not dispute that she killed her 13-month-old baby daughter, Hannah Nicole Driver. There is also no dispute that at the same time, Ms. Driver stabbed herself repeatedly in the neck, not once, not twice, not 3 times, 4 times, and then took the knife to her chest. There is no doubt that the evidence in this case and the testimony you're going to hear by the state of the defendant will not only be difficult to see and hear, but as we go through this trial, the only issue in this case that you need to decide is Ms. Driver's mental status and mental state at the time of the crime. Solely focus as we sit here and present all of this evidence about what happened that day, and the state does that, on her mental health. We are not standing here saying that Hannah Nicole Driver is not a victim. That is not the position taken by anybody in this case. Our job is to simply show you how we got here today, and that the law allows you to consider her mental state at the time of the crime. I'm going to give you a little bit more background information about the people involved in this case so you have some sort of context. Today, our client, Chloe, she's 24 years old. She grew up in Florida and in the Knoxville, Tennessee area. Her parents are Eric and Renee Driver. She is one of 3 children, the youngest and only daughter. Ms. Driver did have her ups and downs and bouts with teenage angst, and she, like most teenagers, thought she was ready for the world and knew best at the age of 16. She left home, she left school, she had her first fateful meeting with Benjamin Ben Michael when she was 16 years old at a bus station in Atlanta. Several months after the breaking up with her boyfriend, she had just turned 17, she met up with Benjamin again. He was 38 years old. See, I'll tell you a little bit about Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael. He's not this great character that the state intends to put up here. Not at all. He spends his free time setting up Christian trusts in the name of religion and his wacky beliefs. You will hear that some of these trusts include contracts that he made with his so-called wives. I'm not even going to attempt to try to explain what these trusts are, because quite frankly, we really don't understand what their thought process is involved in that, and I'm sure Mr. Stillers would love to tell you all about it. You will hear that he had 3 wives at this time. He had Jessica, he had Chloe, he had Sarah. He actually knew Jessica prior to ever meeting Chloe. But Chloe was his first wife, and Jessica came back into the picture at a later time because she had money. She had some money stashed away, and Mr. Ben Michael knew that. Sarah Stiles did come along longer. She wasn't involved in this group until after Chloe had had her baby. See, he creates contracts with each one of these women and calls them his wives in trust. You will also hear evidence that Benjamin had not only Chloe, but these other wives file during COVID for the fraudulent EIDL loan money through the Small Business Administration. He had each one of them apply for these under his Alorian Christian Trust or other pseudo trusts that he called 501c3, a 508c something, under the organization of spirituality and teaching. You will hear that they were able to get $150,000 fraudulently. That's the money sitting in the Wells Fargo account. They traveled all around the eastern United States. Sometimes they were together, sometimes they were not, depending on where he wanted each of these women. They definitely lived what we would consider an alternative lifestyle. This lifestyle didn't involve the things that you and I would normally think would be a partnership or a relationship, or the type of rules that we would necessarily agree with. There were rules of what to eat, what to wear, who they could talk to, when she would have access to her cell phone, when she'd be able to speak to her parents. Same rules applied to all three women. It was a constant indoctrination of an alternative ideology and belief system to an already vulnerable young lady. A 17, 18, and 19-year-old woman with a 38, 39, 40-year-old man. He did assign his wives each alternative name. She'll hear in these calls and interviews, they'll refer to her as Kalani. Chloe, initially, was all in this relationship. She really didn't know any better. She was shocked and awed by his personality. She was young, and she was vulnerable. She became alienated from her friends and her family, and she did. She followed his teachings and belief system. He also manipulated her mind to the extent about her own belief system, about her own parents. Repeatedly telling her that she could not trust her parents and that they may have done horrible things to her as a child. She couldn't and did not realize that this was essentially a cult environment. Around April of 2020, Benjamin met Jason Spillers, and they immediately became friends. They became fascinated with his trust system, the idea of having multiple women involved, quickly realized that they shared similar beliefs. To this day, they remain very close to each other. Mr. Spillers traveled around as well from place to place and was in a group on several different occasions with them, leading up to December 8th. When he was not with Benjamin or this group, he remained in constant contact via phone, text, or other means. Mr. Spillers saw Chloe in May of 2020. Will describe her as a loving, caring mom. No issues, no signs of mental illness. In September of 2020, he noted that her mental state had deteriorated and became concerned. And he even spoke to Brian about it. There were discussions about her needing treatment and medication. But see, Mr. Ben Michael doesn't agree with pharmaceuticals. He doesn't believe with white coat intervention, as he calls it. He was not going to let her put any medication in her body because she was breastfeeding, and she needed to be pure. He also believed that he could self-diagnose and self-treat Chloe on his own. Now, there were several red flags and calls for help leading up to this event. And the state didn't tell you about it, but I'm going to. Several people who claim to love Chloe and care about her are the same people who refused to get her the help she desperately needed and asked for. Benjamin, his other wives, Jason Spillers, Chloe's own parents. They either all chose not to help her and ignore her cries for help, or they just could not break through to her in those fateful months and get her that help she so desperately needed that she asked for. The responses to her erratic behavior, her expressions of the thoughts that were in her mind to these people were ignored. Rather, in September of 2020, instead of getting her actual mental health. Benjamin convinced her to start taking CBD to help regulate herself and calm her down. You will hear testimony that they continued to feed her this CBD from Mr. Spillers that not only increased the erratic behavior, but led to an increase in her delusions and the continued degradation of her condition. There were two significant incidents that I want you to think about through this trial that show a continued decline of her mental health leading up to this and the lack of help for her deteriorating mental state. On November 25th, 2020, this group was in Asheville, North Carolina. Chloe Driver ran out of an apartment through an apartment complex parking lot into oncoming traffic to escape this group. She was having a major mental health crisis and episode. During that time, she was begging strangers to help her get away from him and get help. She was young and she was crazy. I expect you to hear from a lady named Sandra Torres. She is a completely independent witness. Doesn't know Benjamin, doesn't know Jason, doesn't know Chloe, who saw this young lady on that day in the middle of the road, crying and asking for help, being chased by Jason Spillers. She sees him pick her up and drag her back into that apartment. She calls 911. And what is the result of her help? She was hit by a car that Benjamin was driving and punched in the eye by Jason Spillers. He broke her eye socket. She will tell you that Chloe was begging for help, begging to call the police, begging them to call her parents to help. These men put Chloe in a car, put Hannah in a car, and drove away before the police could ever respond. There are police reports about this. You will hear that the next day, Thanksgiving of 2020, November 26th, that Chloe had access to her cell phone. She contacted her parents to please come and get her in Asheville, North Carolina with Hannah and help her get away. That Brian was hurting her, she was afraid, she needed help. Her parents immediately got in the car and started to make that 2-hour drive to Asheville. Benjamin went through her phone, found out that they were coming, and the result was he took the child before her parents or the police could get there. Took the child away from Chloe. He kept her away from her child for over 2.5 days. Police reported about that too. When her parents picked her up that day, Miss Driver had a black eye, the remnants of a healing black eye. It's documented in the police report as well. Chloe went with her parents. She was distraught. She was upset. She was afraid that she was never going to see her daughter again. He kept her away from the baby. Expect you to see the Facebook messages and text messages exchanged between the two that indicate the manipulation of the games he played with Chloe that day and over the course of those 2 days to get her child back. She was even more distraught because she was still breastfeeding her daughter. That was the first time that her parents had ever learned about what was going on with Chloe, both with her mental status and the relationship. Her parents were desperate to intervene. They helped her try to figure out how to get her own bank account, how to obtain Hannah's birth certificate. Because they left the hospital shortly after she was born, because Mr. Ben Michael didn't want her in the system and was afraid that DFACS was going to be called. They left without a birth certificate. She feared that they would never see her daughter again. I expect you'll see a video that was taken on November 27th of 2020 with Miss Driver. That video was taken prior to Miss Driver getting in an Uber that Mr. Ben Michael sent for her to bring her back to her child. She didn't know where she was going. She didn't know what was going to happen to her. She didn't actually know she was being brought to her daughter. You will see the choice and the agony in Miss Driver's voice that she had to go back to get her daughter. She feared never seeing her again. You will hear evidence, and the state's already touched on it, about evidence about searches. This driver did search for other things other than how to snap a neck. She did searches that were trying to, how to find a bus ticket for a 13-month-old. How do I travel with a child I don't have a birth certificate to? There are also indications that she was understanding that she was experiencing some crazy things in her mind. She searched for schizophrenia. She searched for other ways to get mental help. Things that she was being denied. And things spiraled from there. On December 7th, 2020, the group took Chloe back to her parents' house to get the last of her belongings. They begged her to stay there with Hannah. They couldn't convince her to stay, and her parents thought about calling the police. But they also realized that that might mean that they may never see their daughter or granddaughter again. And they are still living with that guilt today. The group then left and spent the night in a hotel room. The morning of the 8th, they attended a ceremony called the 12 Tribes. They then traveled towards Canton, Georgia. I expect that Mr. Stillers will tell you about a weird incident where Chloe appeared to be hallucinating or having something going on while they were at Whole Foods on the way down here. They did stop at Mr. Adelin's house to pick up some belongings that belonged to Benjamin. Chloe was in Canton for less than 3 hours that day. Throughout this case, you will hear evidence that everyone around her said, well, Chloe wholeheartedly and loved and cared for her child. You will hear evidence that she was a loving and doting mother, that she tended to all of Hannah's needs, that that baby barely ever cried because of the love and attention that Chloe's. So you will hear that Chloe considered her an extension of herself, a huge piece of her, had a connection to her. That everything she did for her daughter was because she was an incredible mother. And I'm going to show you some pictures, put this kind of in context for you guys, so that you can see the physical changes involved in Chloe's life during this time. These pictures do not dispute a change in her physically and show a change in her mentally. This is Chloe when she was 16 years old, before she met Benjamin and Michael. This is Chloe with Hannah on July 12th, 2020. Her pride and joy. August 29th, 2020. Again, showing how prideful she is of her daughter. November 2020. November 27th, 2020. It's another angle from November 27th. Now, the state has charged Chloe with killing Hannah with malice and cruel intentions, and along with other counts set forth in the indictment. The evidence in this case, contrary to what the state is saying, is clear and overwhelming. The state doesn't want you to consider Chloe a victim of Benjamin or Jason Spiller. We're not even standing here saying that that is a full piece of what happened. We're not blaming Jason. We're not blaming Benjamin. We're not blaming Hannah. But what it is a bigger piece of this puzzle about Chloe's severe and untreated mental illnesses that she suffered in the months leading up to December 8th. That she did have these delusions, that she seemed paranoid, that she reported seeing signs of things that to you and I wouldn't be read that way. that that's all part of mental illness. We are not here to dispute what happened to Hannah. It is truly horrific. It is something that Ms. Driver thinks about every single day. You will hear evidence from witnesses who were with her leading up to this that contradict every aspect that on December 8th of 2020 that Chloe was in any right state of mind at all. You will hear testimony from those individuals who witnessed her day-to-day mental health breakdowns and delusions themselves. You will also hear testimony about how this investigation by the Canton Police Department was conducted from the very beginning as it related to her severe mental illness and her delusions. Ms. Driver was evaluated by several experts in this case, which will be presented to you in this case, including one from the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health. We expect that the evidence will show that every expert that comes before you will say that she was severely mentally ill, that she was delusional, and will offer diagnoses of specific mental health disorders. You will hear from experts that will tell you that she was suffering from these severe mental disturbances, paranoia, and psychosis on December 8th, and in the months leading up to the tragic event. They will tell you that they based their information on information they received from the state, from the defense, and from other collateral third parties. They will also tell you that the participation in this group, while initially may have been voluntary, turned into one of an involuntary nature from a psychological perspective. The state is aiming to present this case in such a deliberate manner aimed at eliciting raw emotional responses to what happened. That's it. They want you to ignore the elephant in the room, which is the mental health, which is a huge piece of this puzzle. Despite those initial reactions, we are asking you to think about this. Mothers just do not kill their kids. Ask yourself, what drives someone to do something like this to their baby and to themselves? What drives someone to do something like this who by all reports loved and cared for Hannah in the most amazing way? Listen to the evidence that is presented about what she experienced in this relationship with Benjamin and what delusions compelled her to this tragic event. Listen to what people say about her ability to know what she was doing, living minute to minute, how she'd be fine one minute, the next thing they would describe her as erratic and crazy. There is absolutely no motive in this case for her to kill her daughter. There is no other reason for her to have killed Hannah but for her psychotic symptoms and delusions that she was under on December 8th of 2020. You'll hear that from experts, but you'll hear that from the witnesses too. This is the only explanation as to what happened, and only reason that would be supported by the evidence in this case. We believe that the evidence in this case will clearly lead you to a conclusion that at the end of this case, that she's not guilty by reason of insanity. And that's still, because it's provided by law, is a way to hold her responsible for these actions. We expect that that's what the evidence will show, and that will be what we will be asking for you at the end of this case. Thank you.
All right, you can go ahead and distribute the notepads and pencils, but we are going to take a recess. We are going to take a recess until 11 o'clock. You can go downstairs if you would like to the jury assembly room. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. And be back up here in the jury room at 11 o'clock. Please be seated. Ms. Gropper, call your first witness, please.
Kayla McNeely. Ma'am, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, you can have a seat. Can you state your name?
Kayla McNeely.
Okay.
At the time, Kayla was there.
Okay, your former name was different?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I'm currently with a marketing company. At the time, I was a 911 dispatcher.
Okay, so when you say at the time, back in December of 2020, what was your employment?
I was a communication officer at Cherokee County 911.
Okay, and what was your primary responsibility in that role?
In this role, I was a call taker and dispatcher working with the 7 agencies that Cherokee County dispatches for.
Okay, and so if somebody in Cherokee County dialed 911, you're somebody that would respond to the call?
Correct.
All right. And we're going to get into the actual calls in question in this case, but I want to ask you a little bit about whether you had the opportunity to review sort of the records that relate to this case.
I did.
Okay, and are you familiar with how many 911 calls were placed?
I believe there was 2. There might have been more, but I can't be sure on more than 2.
Okay, and what was the, do you recall the incident location?
I do.
And what was that?
I believe it was in Canton, 215. Can't remember the street name, but
Okay.
it was in Canton.
All right, and you said that you know that there were 2. What can you tell the jury about when multiple phone calls come in from the same location, how your system communicates with each other?
Yeah, so we are all in the same room. There's about 8 of us, and we all have the opportunity to press answer. So anybody can be on a call at any given time. When this call came in, I was the second one, so we both pressed answer, and both of us picked up the call at the same time.
Okay, and how does the system or your dispatchers, how do they know that 2 different calls are related to the same incident?
So when the first dispatcher took the call, so I was the dispatcher and the call taker for this case. When the first call taker took the call, got the address, put in very little information and sent it to me, where I opened the call, I could see the address, the incident, and like the cross street, the caller, those kinds of things.
Okay, and then when you took this particular call, did you become aware that there was a secondary call happening simultaneously?
Yes,
Okay.
so it pops up and you can see information live as it comes in.
Okay, and so while you were taking the call in question in this case, were you also receiving information that was being provided by a second caller?
Yes,
Are you familiar with who the other dispatcher was?
Yes.
And who was that?
it's Paul McGinnitt.
All right. And Your Honor, at this time, I would tender States Exhibit 1 and 2, which are the 2 911 calls. I believe the defense is stipulating the authenticity.
We are.
Stage 1 and 2 are admitted.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to publish these calls.
Go ahead.
All right. Going to start with States Exhibit 1.
Location of your emergency. 215 Mount Vista Boulevard. 215 Mount Vista Boulevard. 215 Mount Vista Boulevard? Yes. What does that run off of? That run off of Canton? Yes. Canton, Georgia. Okay. I know the city you're in. What's the closest intersection to you? What's the closest main road that you take? 140. 140? What's going on? Highway 140? I think there's a baby that just died, and I think there was a woman responsible for it, and can you please have an ambulance come here? You think a baby died? What? I believe so. Is it 215? Is it 215? Give me 1 second. 215. What's your name? My name is Jessica. Okay, Jessica, how are you related to that? They're my cousins. Where's the baby at? Upstairs. Upstairs. I know how to go see the baby is breathing. Jessica, what's the mother's name? Chloe. The mother's name is Chloe? Yeah. How old is the baby? I don't know. Jessica, what's your phone number? 757 392 6370. Where's the 9? There is one. Okay, so what's going on with the baby? Hold on, let me see. Jessica, I need you to tell me what's going on. Jessica. Is she breathing? Is she breathing? I don't know if she's breathing. Where is the knife? I don't know. I think it's upstairs. Okay. Where is the mother at? I believe upstairs. Where's the baby? I believe upstairs as well. The mother is with the baby? I'm so sorry. Yes. Is there anybody else there with them? Yes, the father and another friend. I don't know what's going on. I need you to tell me what's going on. And if you're not giving me any information, can you go tell me how the baby is doing? I don't believe she's breathing. You don't believe she's breathing? I don't believe you know what happened. I'm not sure. I think that she was split across the throat. I believe she split across the throat. I believe so. Do you know why? I do not know why. I'm sorry. Can you do that question? I'm still here. Okay. Can you tell me what the mom looks like? Can you tell me her last name? Her last name is Driver, B from the dog, R-I-V, to the Victor, E-R. She has brown hair, brown hair, and brown eyes. What is she wearing? I do not know. I think she's wearing a sweatshirt, a Hogwarts sweatshirt, and purple pants. Okay, give me one sec. Okay, do you see an officer? No, not yet. Have you seen the baby since you've been there? No, just before the mother went in, no. Okay. Are you outside, Jessica? The ambulance? No, I'm going upstairs. What? Yeah, I'm calling an ambulance. Do you think I don't know if there's somebody else on the phone. Okay, we have somebody coming. Now, I don't want you to hang up until you're with an officer, okay? She says she doesn't want me to hang up until there's an officer. Yes, what is Chloe doing? I don't know. Go open the door now. Where is the baby's dad at? What's his name? It's already open. He's here. He's here. I want you to know. Can I let him in? Yes, let him in the door. He's up there. He's up there. right here. So, let me put this on. So,
Ms. McNeely, at some point in that call, you said, where's the knife before
Yes.
she had said anything about there being a knife. Can you explain that?
Yes, so I remember correctly, the very first thing that was sent to me as a dispatcher was mother 48'd her baby with a knife. The 48 is a signal that we use to indicate death. So it would have read mother killed her baby with a knife.
Okay.
So that
So
was the first information that I had.
All right. So when you took the call, that was the preliminary information you were provided?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I want to publish State's Exhibit number 2.
All right, go ahead.
Sheriff Department number 1, patient giver. What's the location? What's the address? On North 2. Just killed the baby. I'm the mother. Please come for me. What's the address? Vista Boulevard. How did she kill her baby? I don't know, a knife. Oh my God. Oh my God. Do you know who this lady is? Sorry, just come quickly. She still has the knife? She still has the knife? No, it's across the room, it's okay. Okay. Just come quickly. I've got everybody on the way out there, okay? She's 13-month-old. 13-month-old baby? Oh my God. Is she breathing? No, I don't think so. She looks dead. Oh my God. I think she's dead. Come quickly, please. They're coming as fast as they can. What is your name? My name's Sarah. Okay, Sarah, what's your last name? Sarah, I'm sorry. What was your last name? Sarah, what's your phone number in case you get disconnected? Baby. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, who is this lady? What is her name? Do you know? I don't want to give that to you right now. Please come quickly. They're coming as fast as they can. I'm just trying to get as much information from my officers before they get there. I know. Okay. Is she making any noise? Oh. They're coming as fast as they can. Now, where was the baby found at? In the bedroom. I'm on the body. Where at on the body? On the neck, right across the neck. Right across the neck, like she split the baby's neck? Yes. Are you right there near the baby now? I think there's still life in her. They're coming as fast as they can, but we're going to try and do something before they get there. I need you to listen to me and do what I'm asking you, okay? I need you to go there where the baby is at, okay? Yes. Okay, are you in there now? Yes, he's trying to blow air in her mouth. Okay, is she awake? No, I don't believe so. Eyes are open. Is she breathing? Her eyes are open. She's still making little noises. Her heart keeps jumping. She's making little noises. Yes, that's what means they're coming. And okay, is there any serious bleeding? There's so much blood. Okay. I'll send the paramedics to help you now, then I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? We're going to have to try and stop this bleeding, okay? Okay. Yep, we're going to stop the bleeding. Okay, do not stop the bleeding. Okay, do not remove. I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Listen carefully to make sure we do it right. Get a clean, dry cloth or a towel and tell me when you have it, okay? Yes, we got the shirt. Okay, Sarah, place it directly on the wound and press down the wound. Okay, there's not blood coming out of the wound, but we're going to put the towel on. Do not lift it up to look underneath breathe it, and without lifting the clean cloth to tell us, we know the bleeding has stopped.
Okay.
Keep the shirt on there, hold it really tight. Okay. Yep. They're coming. They're coming as soon as they can. Keep blowing air into her mouth. Okay, keep doing that, okay? But you gotta keep that bleeding controlled, all right? Okay. I think this bleeding stopped for the most part. But how long ago did this happen? I mean, like, right when you called? Yeah, screaming and I was outside, I heard screaming, came up the stairs and this is what's happening. It's maybe, from as far as I know, I last heard her make noise like, maybe 10 minutes ago, if not sooner. Sarah, are you okay? Oh, bodily fine, yeah. Okay, no, I understand. I understand. All right. You guys are doing good. Keep doing what you're doing. Just keep doing what you're doing, okay? You let me know when they're right there with you, all right? The police officer's gonna get there first, and you should have a fire truck or an ambulance right after that. Okay. And she does downstairs and get to the door. Yes, please make sure the door is unlocked. Just make sure you don't have anything in your hands for me, okay? Yes, I just have my phone. Okay. Make sure you don't have anything in your hands, but go make sure the door is open, and when they get here, let them in, okay? I believe there are two of us on the phone with 911 right now. Yeah, they're already coming. It's okay. Yeah. Can you go make sure the door's open now and let them in when they get here? Who's going down to the door now, Sarah? Connie. Can you go to the door, please? Just go open the door. No, downstairs. The garage door, open the garage door when the police get here, let them in. Maybe get Barry. We're at the house, yeah, we're at the house of the baby. Okay, you here, they're here, I believe. Okay, just let me know when they're right there with you, okay? Hurry on, let them in. I believe they're coming. Upstairs, come to the stairs here. No, I don't have anything in my hands. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go, Sarah, okay? No, it's okay, they're coming. Sarah, the officer's there with you? Yes. Sarah? You want me to go to the floor outside them?
Ms. McNeely, when these calls are happening, what information are you communicating to fire, EMS, and law enforcement?
So at the time, I was only working for Canton PD's radio.
Okay.
And I'm relaying everything.
Okay.
From the time that the call is sent to me, to the time that they tell me to shut down the radio because they're on scene, which means no traffic unless it's pertaining to that incident. So I handled everything all the way through from beginning to end until shift change.
Okay. So this would have been communicated to Canton PD
Correct.
officers to respond?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Morning.
In those calls, you were asking questions related to a knife. Was that because you had received that information from your fellow colleague about a knife?
Yes, it was in the call.
Okay. And the reasons you were doing that were to kind of, ascertain what the actual situation was that was going on, correct?
For student safety and my officers, yes.
Correct. So the next step of that process was you want to make sure you could advise the officers that were incoming as to what was going on in that house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after listening to both of those calls today, it's fair to say that neither one of you were not aware, nor your colleague was aware that there actually was a second victim at that house, correct?
We didn't know.
Okay. So no one at any point during those calls had indicated to you that Ms. Driver had also stabbed herself and needed assistance, correct?
No.
Thank you.
All right, you can step down. Any reason to keep the witness?
No, you're right.
All right, you can be excused. Call your next witness, please.
Gerald Ablin. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can I have a seat? Can you state your name and spell it?
Gerald Adlin, Ablan.
Okay. And where do you reside?
Not my address,
Just city and state.
Venice, Florida.
Venice, Florida? Okay. How old are you, Mr. Allen?
59,
And where did you reside prior to living in Venice,
in
Florida?
Canton, Georgia.
All right. And for what period of time did you live in Canton?
2009 to 2022.
Okay, 2009 to 2022. And where did you reside?
215 Mountain Vista Boulevard.
Okay. Is that near Cherokee County?
Yes.
All right. And where's that in relation to where we are now? About how far away?
5 miles.
Okay. And that residence, what can you tell me about who lived there, the size of it?
I lived there alone until 2015 when a friend of mine had another friend who needed help, and I offered them to stay, and they stayed for a couple months and then left.
Okay. Let me start with 2020, and then we'll go back a little bit more historically. Who lived in your house on December 8th of 2020?
Me,
Just you. Okay. And what was your employment at that time?
I work for a company called Sharp Spring.
Did you work from home?
Yes.
All right. And on that day, did anybody come to your residence?
Yes.
And who came to your residence?
Brian and another guy, they were picking up some stuff that they left in my basement.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about that. Who is Brian?
He's the friend of a friend who I let stay with me in
All right.
2015.
Do you know his full name?
No.
All right. Does he go by anything other than Brian?
Z.
Okay. What do you call him?
Z.
Z. All right. And so on December 8th of 2020, Brian or Z came to your residence. You said with another guy. Do you know who that was?
Jason, I think.
Jason. Okay. And was anybody else with them?
There were some girls, and there might have been another guy. I don't really remember.
Okay.
I didn't really pay attention to it.
All right. What were you doing when they came?
I was working. I was actually on a Zoom call with work.
Okay. So you weren't paying a whole lot of attention to who was with them?
Not at all.
And prior to them coming to your house, who had you communicated with about the fact that they were coming?
Just Z.
Just Z. Okay. And you mentioned that he was coming to pick up some stuff. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Like what?
Okay. Why did he have things at your home?
They were transitioning to a new place to live when they left, and they had a lot of stuff that they couldn't bring, so I let them keep it in my basement.
Okay.
I had an unfinished basement with lots of space. It didn't affect me to be there.
All right.
It's clothes and stuff. It wasn't.
Okay. So prior to 2020, how much time had you spent with Z or Brian?
2-3 months.
Okay. And how did you meet him?
Like I said, it was a friend of mine. I saw him on a video, and that's a friend of mine had him on a video, and that's how I got involved or met him.
Okay. When was that?
2015.
2015. Okay. So in 2015, a friend of yours had him on a video, and that's how you became familiar with Brian/Z?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of that video?
I don't really remember, to be honest. I
Okay.
could find it if you need it, but
What do you recall? What sort of forged the connection between you and him?
it was spiritual stuff,
Okay.
consciousness related, nothing, weird.
Okay. Spiritual and consciousness type video. Was it something on like YouTube or on the
Yeah, it was
internet?
on YouTube.
Okay.
It's probably still there.
All right. So you saw that video and then you connected with Brian?
The interviewer who I knew.
Okay. So he was being interviewed by somebody else?
Correct.
Okay. So you connected with him through that interviewer who you knew?
Correct.
Understood. And you believe that was in 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And so after you connected with him in 2015, how did your relationship with him develop?
I had invited them to come, they needed a place to stay. I offered them my house,
Okay.
or
And
a room.
all right. And do you know when that was?
Sometime in 2015.
Okay, and when you say them, who are you referring to?
Z and his girlfriend.
Okay, and do you know who that was?
I think it was Chloe.
Okay. And,
But I didn't know her name then.
okay. So how long did he reside in your home?
I think it was around 3 months.
Okay,
I don't really know.
all right. And, was that intended to be a temporary situation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And, how much interaction or observation did you have with them while they lived with you?
Not much.
Not much, okay. Did you ever see anything that concerned you?
Not at all.
Okay. And what happened that caused them to move out?
I was just sick of having people in my house.
Okay,
It was supposed to be temporary.
Mhm.
Let's make it temporary.
all right. And so was it your decision to have them leave?
Yes,
And was there any issue or dispute about that?
not at all.
So how much communication did you have with Z, after he moved out of your residence in 2015?
Get some water? Okay. Could you get him some water, please?
Do we need to take a break or you want to keep going?
Do you need to take a break, sir?
I just want to step outside and clear my throat.
Okay. Then we will be in recess in place for a few minutes, but you can step back.
I did too, so I'll just start over. We were discussing them moving out of your residence, and I asked you whether there was any issues or concerns with that. And then my follow-up question was, how much contact did you have with Z after he moved out? Like, did you maintain a relationship?
Sort of, like he calls me every once in a while,
Okay.
catch up.
All right. And how would you just generally classify the nature of those conversations?
Cordial?
Okay. You indicated that you and him sort of connected under a spiritual or consciousness type video. Was that sort of consistently the theme of your relationship? Were those the types of things that you discussed?
We did at first, but not much after that.
Okay. And how would you describe Z?
It's kind of hard to describe. He's a nice guy, gentle, kind, never raised his voice to me or anything.
Okay. Have you ever had any conflict with him?
I did, but it was over stupid stuff.
Okay.
Nothing earth shattering.
Okay.
He left something out, or he's cooking leaks that stink up the house.
Got it.
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So after he moved out to your residence in 2015, is that when he left things at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated you had an unfinished basement and you just
Correct.
allowed those things to stay in your basement. How often did you see him between 2015 and 2020?
Once or twice.
Okay. And would those have been times when he came to your home?
Yeah, I think I don't remember the timelines exactly. There was a couple times he was passing through and needed a place to sleep at night. one night as you traveling from A to B. So
Okay.
I let him sleep over.
All right. And you indicated when they came to your home in December 8th of 2020 that it was Z and Jason, and you said some girls. How many?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Like I said, I was on a Zoom call. I didn't really pay attention. They showed up. I opened the door and I went back to my call.
Okay. And when you say girls, are you talking about minors or women?
Women.
Women. Okay.
Sorry.
Were you aware that there was a child there?
Yes.
Okay. And what you observed the child as well?
I don't recall.
Okay. So when they got there, were you already working?
Yes.
Okay. And how much interaction did you have with them when they got there?
Very little.
All right.
And I told them to leave me alone and shut up. I'm on a work call.
Okay. So that was expressly stated.
Yes.
All right. And was it surprising to you that he had multiple women with him?
Surprising?
Yes. Let me ask it a better way. Did you know that he had multiple wives or that he was involved in some type of polygamous situation?
Sort of.
Okay. And
I never witnessed it
Okay.
until 2020, but
Okay. But you knew generally about it? Okay. And do you have any idea what time they arrived to your house on December the 8th of 2020?
I believe it was in the morning.
Okay.
But I don't really remember.
All right. Do you know how many vehicles they were in?
I think they had two, like a car and a RV,
Okay.
if I recall correctly.
All right.
A truck and an RV.
All right. And tell me, when they got there, where were you physically located in your
In
house?
my kitchen office. I had an office set up in my kitchen.
Okay. And did you have any appreciation while you were at your office set up in your kitchen where everybody else went in your house? No. Okay. And how long were they there before something significant occurred?
An hour maybe? I don't really know
Okay.
what the time scale was.
Okay.
Time.
When did you become aware that something was wrong or going on?
When I heard a lot of banging.
Okay.
I was on my call and I started hearing a lot of screaming and banging from upstairs, and that's when I went upstairs
Okay.
to see what's going on.
Describe to me more what you mean by the sound of banging.
I heard I heard a bunch of screaming from Brian, and
What was he
then
screaming?
Open the door.
Okay.
I think. I honestly don't remember.
Okay.
So I can't say it was open. I don't know what he was screaming. He was going to open the door and banging on the door.
Okay.
And then I heard the crash of the door being kicked in,
Okay.
and that's when I went upstairs.
Okay. And what happened after you heard the crash of the door being kicked in?
So this is the part I don't really remember too clearly. I have read my police report, so I can state what I said there.
Okay. Well, if that refreshes your memory, that's okay. But if you don't have an
It
independent
actually
memory,
does not refresh my memory,
Okay.
but what I wrote in the what I said in the police report, which I don't actually recall now, which could be because of the trauma, but that I went upstairs, I saw blood, and I went back downstairs
okay.
to call 911, and someone else was already calling them, so I didn't.
All right. After you said you heard him say things about open the door and you heard the door being busted down, did you hear him scream or say anything after the door was open?
I heard, wailing,
What do you mean by that?
like crying, like he was monumentally upset by
Okay.
what had happened.
Okay. And you indicated that at some point you had said that you saw blood and then you went downstairs to call 911?
That's what I said in my police report.
Okay. What do you recall about where you went after you went upstairs and what you did?
Nothing, to be honest. I
Okay.
kind of like wandered in a circle in my house. I, kind of in shock,
Okay, in shock. What
Yeah.
were you physically feeling at that time?
horror.
Okay. Do you recall when you looked in the room who all was even in that room? Okay. Do you have any recollection communicating or assisting in communicating with any 911 operator?
No.
Okay. And what do you recall about any response by fire, EMS, or law enforcement?
I remember the EMT carrying the baby down the stairs.
Okay,
That's about all I remember.
all right. And where were you at?
I was in the living room.
Okay. And did you have any idea what happened? Did you ever see Ms. Driver come down and retrieve a knife from your kitchen?
I did not.
Okay. Did you have a knife block in your? And where would that have been in relation to where you were working?
About 15 feet to my right and behind me about 3 feet. It was next to my stove.
Okay. The position that you were working in, would your back have been
Yes.
to where that knife block would have been? Okay. You said that you recalled them EMS carrying the baby down. What do you recall next in terms of what you did?
Police showed up. It just kind of spiraled out of, police were there. That's about all I remember. It was just kind of, like
All right.
running around.
Did you have to go anywhere after that?
I had to go to the police station to give a statement.
Okay.
Talk to Detective Cruz, I think was her name. Very nice lady.
Do you know who else had to go to the police station to give a statement?
There were a bunch of people there, like 3 other people, I think.
Okay. Were those people that had been at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And who were those people?
I don't remember. I know Jason was there, the Jason guy. I don't remember.
Okay. Was he there?
I don't remember seeing him there.
Okay. What about the other women?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I was in a waiting room, so
You were in a waiting room at the police department? Okay.
yeah, there was like 1 or 2 other people there, so I don't know who all was.
Okay. All right. And did law enforcement serve any kind of search warrant or do any
Yes.
work at your residence?
Yes,
And what do you know about that?
they served me a search warrant and searched my house. That's
Okay.
all I know.
Okay. And did you cooperate with their investigation? Okay. And do you still stay in touch with Z?
Like I said, we talk every once in a while, but
Okay. Not really.
Yeah.
When you say we talk every once in a while, like how, does he call you or do you call him?
he calls me.
Okay. And is the nature just like seeing what you've been up to?
Yes.
Okay. How do you classify you and his relationship?
Acquaintances, friends, friends, not close friends, but friends.
Okay. And has he ever shared with you? You said that you were sort of peripherally aware that he had multiple wives. Has he ever discussed with you sort of the?
No.
None of that. Okay. Have you ever inquired?
No.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. I have nothing further this time.
Self-examination.
Good morning, sir. You said you've known Z since what year, approximately?
I believe it was 2015.
Okay. You're also aware that there was another female involved with Z prior to Miss Driver, correct?
The prior,
Girlfriend that lived at your house in 2015.
was there? I don't remember.
Well, let's talk about that. You recall talking to the police, correct?
Mhm.
All right. You told the police that in your interview that in 2015 that Z came to live with you with a woman named Gabriella. Do you remember Gabriella?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And that at some point she was pregnant, correct?
Yes.
And that you actually had them leave because you were a single man living there on your own and didn't want a baby at the house.
That's not true.
Well, if you told law enforcement that, you're disputing that now?
I just didn't want people in my house. Baby would be included in
All
that.
right, well, I can show you that.
I believe you.
Okay. And so actually in 2015, it was not Miss Driver then, it was Miss Kuykendall, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And then subsequently, you said you've met Miss Driver prior to December the 8th of 2020, correct?
yes,
All right, and you told Miss Gropper that you didn't recall anything odd about any of your previous interactions with her and Z, correct?
correct.
All right, and on December 8th of 2020, you had very limited interactions with anybody other than Z, correct?
Correct.
You were sitting in your kitchen at your computer desk
Yes.
on what I believe is, there's multiple screens on your computer
Two
desk.
screens, yes.
Okay, did you have headphones on?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any idea of where the women were in the house?
No.
Oh, okay. And your interactions with Z were mainly for him to get his property out of your house, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I know you said today that you didn't have any idea of anything else that was weird or going on that day, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have any specific interactions with Miss Driver, correct?
Correct.
Or the baby?
Correct.
Or Jessica, one of the other two women?
Yeah, no.
None of them. Did you have
Other
interaction?
than maybe a hi, hello.
Okay, but nothing that stands out in your mind here
Nothing
today?
else.
Okay. And you only know him as Z, correct?
Correct.
Do you know Miss Driver by a different name?
I mean, I know she has a different name, but I don't remember what it was.
If I told you it was Kwani, would that ring a bell?
Sure, something like that.
Okay. So nothing stands out in your particular mind at this particular point in time about anything unusual. You just were getting on your Zoom call, correct?
Correct.
All right. And, Z had kept items at your house for several years, correct?
Correct.
And, it was a fairly good sized house.
Yes.
And you had room in your basement to store some of his things. I think you described it being a guitar, among other things.
A what?
A guitar?
Guitar, clothing,
Okay.
books.
Were you kind of happy that he was coming to get his stuff out of your house?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you described him today as, kind, gentle, whatever. Do you remember using other words at the time of your interview?
No.
Do you remember telling the Detective Cruz that you considered him to be a pain in the ass?
No, but he was at times.
Okay. And did you also describe him as, or make the statement that he was kind of crazy?
I may have.
Okay. And you follow that up by calling him a hippie and saying that he's weird, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. But nothing stands out personally about Miss Driver in your mind at all that day. Okay. And you talked about how you call him Z and that you're just more acquaintances, correct? Have you had
We're friends.
Okay.
We're not besties or anything, but I mean, I consider him a friend.
Okay. And nature of your relationship is what? Just talking on the phone or the internet, that kind of thing?
Phone.
Okay. You don't go out and hang out with him socially?
I haven't seen him since 2020.
Okay. And there's been, well, even before that, in 2020, he would just kind of reappear or randomly call you, correct? You have to answer out loud for the
Oh,
paper.
sorry,
I'm
yes.
sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay. And there would be long periods of time where you wouldn't hear from him at all, correct?
Correct.
And then he'd kind of pop back up and say he was coming to stop by?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's kind of what happened in this particular instance, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know the day or two before anything that he was coming, he called you the day of?
He may have called me the day or two before and said, we're coming through, I'll pick up my stuff. I don't know when exactly it was, but it was in close proximity to.
But the day that he showed up, you were in contact with him and he was kind of giving you updates about when he thought it was going to arrive?
He may have texted me, I don't really remember.
Okay. Since 2020, what kind of contact have you had?
Phone calls, like we've spoken a few times, maybe a dozen times since then.
I'm sorry, a dozen?
A dozen,
Okay.
half dozen, in between there.
Since you found out when this case was scheduled for trial, correct? Have you had any phone calls with him?
I have
About how many?
2.
And what were the nature of those phone calls?
He called me, I asked if he was coming to the trial because I had to go, and that was it.
You didn't talk about what testimony was or any type of defense information?
No, not really.
Okay. If there was a recorded phone call with Z indicating that he's talked to you about the case, you would dispute
Well,
that?
I did actually talk to him about something that the prosecution told me.
Okay, and what was that?
The part of the defense.
Okay, so you told that to Z directly,
Yes.
and that was based on a conversation you had with,
Yes.
okay, and you were aware that Z is a witness either for the state or
I
the
was not
defense?
aware of that.
Okay, he didn't tell you that,
He did not tell me that.
but you did give him that information, correct?
Well, he said he'd been talking to you.
In the state?
Both, the defense and the state.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Just briefly. Mr. Ablin, you indicated you talked to Z about something that you and I had discussed. Did you want to come to this trial?
Not really?
Okay. And did I explain to you why your presence at this
Yes,
trial was necessary
which is
and
why I'm
important?
here.
Okay. And are those the things that you discussed with Z?
Yes.
Okay. Did I tell you that one of the things we need to establish is how everybody reacted to the situation?
Yes.
Okay. And you had information about that his reaction, right? Okay.
He was mortified.
A minute ago, you said that you had told law enforcement that you kind of described him as like a crazy hippie. What do you mean by that?
Just, ultra hippie, love the earth kind of guy.
Okay.
Religious.
Okay. You indicated that you had discussions with him or connected with him over like higher consciousness and things
Yes.
like that. Do you share all of his belief systems?
No.
Okay. And does he respect that in terms of your
Yes.
relationship?
Yes, very much so.
Nothing further. Thank you.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right. Then the witness may be excused.
Yes.
All right, you are free to go, sir. Thank you. And we are going to take a lunch recess at this time. We are going to be in recess until 1:15. So please be back in the jury room at 1:15. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk to each other about the case or let anybody talk to you. Don't do any research. And be back in the jury room at 1:15. Thank you. Is the issue. The state may call its next witness, please.
Gary Pruitt. For the TV monitors, it says trying to find the transmitter. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat. Can you tell me your name?
My name is Gary Pruitt.
Okay, that's okay. And Mr. Pruitt, how are you employed?
I'm employed with Allied Universal Security Services, and I'm assigned to Lockheed Martin in physical security.
Okay, and prior to that role, how were you employed?
I was employed with the City of Somerville Police Department. Prior to that, I was employed with the City of Canton Police Department, and my first department that I worked for was, again, the City of Somerville.
Okay, how long have you been in law enforcement?
I was in law enforcement on and off from November of 2017 until June of 2023.
Okay, and for what period of time were you employed with the City of Canton?
I was employed with the City of Canton from February of 2019 until March of 2021.
Okay, and so I want to draw your attention to December 8th of 2020. What was your role with the department at that time?
On December 8th, 2020, I was assigned to the Uniform Patrol Division, and I was doing things such as enforcing municipal and state laws and ensuring the safety of the public in the City of Canton.
Okay, and on patrol in that role you were in at that time, how would you receive calls to respond?
I would receive calls from the Cherokee County Communications Dispatch Center over my police car radio.
Okay. And I want to talk to you specifically about a call that came through to respond to 215 Mountain Vista Boulevard. Do you recall that?
I do.
All right. Where were you at when you received that call?
I was in my patrol vehicle parked in the back of a cemetery that's located off Scott Mill Road in Canton near Marietta Road.
Okay. And do you recall what time you got that call?
Approximately 2:27 p.m.
2:27 p.m. Okay. And what was the information that you had when you were responding?
Well, the call came out. It was that a mother had killed her baby with a knife.
Okay. And when that's being transmitted, is it being transmitted to you over radio or?
It was over the radio in my patrol vehicle.
All right. And at that time when you got the call, did you have any appreciation for who was going to arrive at that residence first, or were there other responders involved?
I was the initial dispatched officer. Sergeant Jose Soto also responded to the scene. It could have been whatever officer decided to respond as well, but due to the priority of the call, as many officers that were available would have decided to respond. Sergeant Soto and I arrived on the scene at pretty much the exact same time.
Okay. And how far was that 215 Mountain Vista Boulevard from where you were at?
From the cemetery, I would estimate it was anywhere from about 1.5 miles to 2.5 miles.
Okay. And what do you recall about the timing of your arrival compared to other officers?
I would say very much the same. Sergeant Soto and I were in different parts of the city, and we were both running with our emergency lights and sirens going, and we arrived there pretty much simultaneously, but Sergeant Soto ended up getting inside the residence before I did, but it was only a difference of maybe 35 seconds.
Okay. And were both yourself and Sergeant Soto equipped with body-worn cameras?
Yes,
Okay. Was that part of your agency's policy?
it was.
Okay. Is that something that you have to turn them on, or do they automatically come on?
You have to physically press the button to record with the body cameras as well as stopping the recording.
Okay. And so tell me about your response when you got there. What did you do and how did you proceed?
Well, when I arrived on scene, I had not initially realized that Sergeant Soto had already entered the residence. I parked my vehicle in front of the house, and I went up the driveway and spoke with a Caucasian elderly male that was later identified to me as, I believe, Gerald Martin, and he was the homeowner.
Okay.
And at the time, I didn't realize that my sergeant had already entered the residence, so I told him to stay outside where my sergeant could see him, and I asked him, where the woman was at, referring to Miss Driver, and he informed me that she was upstairs that the people at the house were friends of his, and that she and the baby were upstairs. And, shortly after that point, I entered the residence.
Okay. And did you proceed directly upstairs?
Yes, to the best of my recollection, I started out in the downstairs living room. There was a female that was later identified to me as Jessica Caffigan, I believe. She was standing in the living room.
I'm just gonna check. He's reading from this report.
You can reference your report if you need to refresh your recollection, but you can't read from it. So,
She's saying objection. Go ahead.
if you need to look at it to refresh your memory, that's completely fine. Just let us know.
Sure.
So you said you initially encountered the homeowner Gerald where was he located?
He was outside the residence in the driveway.
Okay. And then you said you went into the living room and observed someone later identified you as Jessica Caffigan?
Yes, she was standing in the living room, and I believe she was on the phone.
She was on the phone. Do you know who she was on the phone with?
No.
Okay. And what other people did you encounter at that house?
After seeing Jessica, I proceeded up a staircase that led to the second floor, and there was another female, I believe her name was Sarah Stiles, and after I saw her, I told her to go downstairs. I didn't believe that she was the suspect. She didn't have, to my recollection, she didn't have any blood or anything on her. I told her to go downstairs, and that's when I began to proceed toward where the bedroom where the incident had taken place was at.
Okay. And who was located in the bedroom when you got in there?
Sergeant Soto was in there. He had probably only been in there maybe half a minute at most prior to me getting into the bedroom. It was a man named Jason Spillers who was kind of kneeling over Chloe Driver, who was laying on her back on the floor next to the bed. It was Benjamin Ben Michael. He was standing over the mattress and had his hands near the neck area of Hannah Driver, an infant who was bleeding profusely and covered in blood, as well as the mattress. So it would have been myself, Sergeant Soto, Jason Spillers, Benjamin, Hannah Driver, and Chloe Driver. So 6 people total at that point.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to review yours and Sergeant Soto's body cam video from that day?
Oh, yes,
Okay. And do those truly and accurately reflect the scene as you recall it?
they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender states 3 and 4.
No objection.
Admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to publish the first 7.5 minutes of State's Exhibit 3.
No objection.
Your Honor, I'm pausing it at 34 seconds. I just want to make the record clear. I'm publishing Sergeant Soto's body cam video, which is State's Exhibit 3. Resuming at 34 seconds.
She's upstairs? Where you at? Is it her?
No.
All right, where's the weapon?
Please hold her, please.
I got you, we're gonna help her, but is she armed?
No, the knife is on the floor beside them,
It's okay.
further away. He's holding me.
All right, where's she at?
She's right here.
Okay, who stabbed her?
She stabbed the baby while the door is locked. She's in one in the house.
Where's the suspect?
She's
Right there.
She's slid.
Go ahead, and go.
Go for it too. Please, I don't think you should look without doing it.
I got you. Sergeant Jerry, go ahead and send me in, man.
It's just, they're not gonna be.
Did she stab herself?
She slid.
Okay.
Don't move your head. Don't move your head.
Just keep pressure on her, okay? Yeah, I need gloves. You got gloves?
EMS code.
13 Cherokee.
Oh, dang it. EMS code.
Hey, get a towel.
What?
Hey,
I mean, he's it's okay.
I need a, hey, tell somebody to get me a towel.
Stay focused.
13 Cherokee. Fire stand 23. Where's the baby, hurt at? Where's he hurt at?
She got a little poke in her neck.
Okay.
Little poke in her neck.
Little poke on her neck? Okay.
Don't move your gun.
No. Hold on. This is the suspect, bro.
Which one? She's the first.
She's the suspect. No, she slit her throat. Yeah.
Go upstairs. Come on. I'm gonna stay in my room.
Yeah.
Get them out here, get their information.
Get pressure on this woman. She's a slur on throat.
I got a towel. Just give me a towel.
Thank you for checking. You don't get me out.
Just get there 39, bro. Just get there 39. Come on. Take it. Come on, go downstairs.
Hey, you must quit now. Come on, quit.
Just relax. They got
Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy.
She's not. She's got. He's got it. Relax.
Come on, buddy.
Relax.
Hey.
We got it. They're here. Just come on. Come on. She stabbed herself in the neck.
Hold pressure.
Yeah.
Where's the cut on it? Where's the cut on it?
Calm down, bro.
Hold that against.
Yeah. Where's the mother? She's right here.
Where's that? Where's the yes?
Sir, back up out the door now.
Get out of the way.
Get out the door now.
Get out of the way.
Get out the door. Get out the door.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, her neck area. I don't know exactly where. I'm just trying to. Hold on. She's breathing. Yeah. I already called Hamilton. Hey. Yeah, I already called Hamilton. Your Koski, Hamilton already knows they're out. Hamilton already knows they're out. That's the first thing I did, call them.
Hey, how you doing?
That's a knife right there.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Hey, listen, we're just gonna hold you. Are you breathing okay? Yes, sounds like you breathe fine, okay? Yeah, we're just. No, I haven't seen her yet. Okay.
Anything else anywhere?
Hey, listen, let's get that, we going, let's get that, be started. Was this Mountain Vista?
Yeah, 215 Mount Vista.
Mountain Vista Command Cherokee. What's your last direction on
I haven't even seen her. I'm just trying to hold her and see if she's available. Let me see her hand.
Mountain Vista Command Cherokee.
How old is she? I'm not sure. She looks young, 20 something. What, did you do
That's
that?
the last round.
I dropped it on the floor. Yeah, that's enough. So just keep it. Just stay there for a second with the knife.
And I'm stopping the video at 7 minutes and 34 seconds. And then I'm going to publish the first 8 minutes and 40 seconds of Officer Pruitt's body cam, which is State's Exhibit number 4.
Cherokee, is the caller the one that 51 the child? It's time to take. Oh, fuck. 10-4. Give me 78 for the suspect. Got my sirens off. 10-12. Show hitting myself in 313, 1023.
'Baby and women and upstairs.
Okay, stay up here where my sergeant can see it. Who else, how many people's in here? How many people are in here? Who are they to you? Who else in here? You know, do you live here? Police department? Police department? Go downstairs. Go downstairs. Okay,
She stopped the baby while the door was locked. She's going in the house.
Where's the suspect?
She's right there just now. She's like, go ahead. Please, I don't think you should move her without you. Sorry to carry you. Go ahead. Is she stab herself? She's like,
Where's the? Don't move your hand. Don't move your hand.
Keep pressure on her, okay? I need you have a little.
EMS code 1.
Sorry to carry you.
Oh, dang it. EMS code 1. Who else is in this house?
Get us out.
Oh, come on, man. Give me a towel. Somebody give me a towel. Police department. Just give me as many as you can. Hurry. Hurry. Here.
This is the circle. Which one? She's good.
Go upstairs, sir. Go upstairs.
I'm gonna stay in my baby.
Okay.
Get them out here. Get their information.
Come on. You gotta do this. Go over there.
I want to see my baby.
Okay, that's fine. Just stay right there now.
This door down. Got to her. I
Just stay out the door. No, hold on. We gotta get him. I just want to see her get back.
see her. I just want to be with her in case she doesn't. She's a girl. She's a girl.
What's her name?
Hannah Nicole Driver. Send my phone. I just want to want to see you.
What's her birthday? Just step a little bit this way, please. Please, just, I need you to clear the hallway. We're having a mess coming. Stay out here. You got to.
I just want to see her.
What's Hannah's birthday?
10/25. 10/25. 19.
What's the mother's name? Is that the mother?
Chloe Alexis Driver.
CHOLE?
Yes, some typical Chloe spelling.
What's Chloe's birthday?
5/18/29. 2000. 5/19/29. Yes, 5/19/2000.
Get over. 18, 19,
2000.
19 or 2000.
18/2000.
What's your name, sir?
My name?
Yes.
Just take my license. I can't do this. I'm locking my baby potentially dinosaurs. You're gonna spend your life in this house.
Sir, back up out the door now. Get out the door, get out.
Let's go downstairs, please.
Go, get out the door, get out the door, get out the door, get out the door. Back up, over there. Now, come on.
Stay in there.
Come on, quick.
Just try to hold it together for me, buddy. We're gonna do everything in our ability to help y'all, okay? It's okay, I understand. Just try to breathe, keep slow breathing, okay?
stopping the video at 8 minutes and 41 seconds.
All right, Ms. Crawford, I think this is a good time for a recess. We're going to let you be in recess for 20 minutes until 10 after 2. Leave us your notepads. Don't talk to anybody about the case. You can go downstairs if you'd like to, or step outside, and we will ask you to be back in the jury room at 10 minutes after 2. All right, thank you. Ms. Gropper, you can proceed.
Officer Pruitt, at the end of that last body cam, your body cam that we watched, there was a individual that sort of sat down against the wall and you were talking to him. Who was that?
That was Jason Spillers.
Okay. And what did you observe about his physical demeanor when you were there interacting with him?
Once Jason went to the bedroom that was across the hallway from where the bedroom where the infant had been stabbed was, he went toward the wall, and I began talking to him and observed that he appeared to be frightened, in a state of shock. You know, he had a very shocked look on his face, and shortly after that point, he fell onto his bottom onto the floor, and he started crying shortly thereafter, at which point I began to gather information from him about, what his role was in the incident and, what had happened. So I began to conduct an interview with him.
Okay. And did you interact with anybody else on scene? Any other of the parties that were at the house when you got there?
I don't recall.
Okay. And after that, sort of the portion of the body cam where you and Sergeant Soto and the EMTs were dealing with the immediate urgent needs, what happened after the baby and Miss Driver were taken by EMTs? What was your role at that point?
Once Chloe and Hannah were transported from the scene by EMS, I took more of a administrative role in keeping a crime scene log and, chiming in when people got there, whether it was investigators, other officers, what time they arrived at the scene, what time they left. And I also stood by with detectives and eventually left. I believe I was at the residence for just a little over 4 hours.
Okay. What does it mean to keep a crime scene log?
It's a form that you keep in your patrol vehicle. Once something of a high priority happens, you take this log and you fill out like things like the address, and then you have an area where you can put the times people arrive on a scene and the times they leave, as well as their name and what title they have in law enforcement. And it's just a records keeping form to see, like, to tell when somebody got somewhere versus when they left.
Okay. You said you were there about approximately 4 hours. Did you learn while you were on scene that Hannah had died?
I believe so, but I don't recall specifically if I did hear that while I was there.
Okay. And in keeping your crime scene log, are you aware at any point whether search warrants were obtained or there were any plans to process the crime scene by anyone?
The Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, along with the Canton's Criminal Investigations Division, did conduct a search of the residence. I wasn't involved in the warrant filing process, but I would imagine they did obtain a warrant to search the property.
Okay. And if you're not the right witness to ask about this, you just tell me, but what is the reason for the sheriff's office getting involved with the processing the scene for Canton Police Department?
Potentially better resources, more personnel, maybe more specialized training to conduct a more thorough and in-depth investigation into the crime scene.
Sheriff's office to process crime scenes?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware or involved in the transporting of any of the remaining parties at the house to Canton Police Department to be interviewed?
No.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
My name is Angela Trethway. It's nice to meet you.
You too.
Just want to ask you one question about your report after watching that body cam video. One of the things you noted in your report, do you recall any observation of Ms. Driver in relative to a body position with respect to Hannah, the location of the two individuals?
I recall Chloe being supine or laying on her back on the floor parallel with the mattress. And I recall Hannah laying on her back on the mattress horizontally and Chloe's right hand being in the left hand of the infant,
So their hands were together?
touching, yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Any regret?
Nope, nothing further.
Any reason to keep the witness?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You can be excused. Call your next witness, please.
Adam Yurkovsky. No, I'm sorry. You've been released. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can receive. Can you state your name and spell it?
I am Officer Adam Yurkovsky. That's Yurkovsky, Yurkovsky.
All right. And how are you presently employed?
I'm currently employed with the City of Peachtree City Police Department here in Fayette County, Georgia.
All right. And how were you employed prior to that?
Prior to that, I was employed with the City of Canton Police Department for about 7.5 years.
All right. And what were your roles and responsibilities while at Canton?
I was a uniformed patrol officer. At the time of this call, I was a corporal, but at the time that I left, I was a sergeant.
Okay. And at the time of this call, you were referencing December the 8th of 2020?
That's right.
Okay. And what were your roles and responsibilities at that time?
I was a corporal on the uniform patrol.
All right. And do you recall your response to 215 Mountain Vista Boulevard in Canton on that day? Okay. Tell me what time you arrived.
I arrived roughly, I believe it was 2:17, I believe.
Okay. And tell me who was already on scene from law enforcement when you got there?
Sergeant Soto was already on scene, as well as Officer Gary Pruitt.
Okay. And were any fire and rescue or EMS there yet?
Not yet, no, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you do when you entered the residence?
I entered the residence and proceeded upstairs as advised by the homeowner to where they were. I went up the stairs, went down the hall, and entered a bedroom where Sergeant Soto was in the room, as well as Officer Gary Pruitt, a Jason Spillers, a Benjamin, as well as Chloe, driver, and the infant Hannah Nicole.
Okay. Who was rendering aid to Hannah and Chloe when you entered the room?
Jason Spillers and Sergeant Soto were currently providing aid to
Okay.
Chloe.
And who was rendering aid to Hannah?
Benjamin.
Okay. And what did you do at that time?
And entering the room and getting the wave of what happened, I saw the infant being cared for, and that's where I went. I chose to go to the infant to provide aid because I saw Sergeant Soto was with Chloe, and obviously responding. We didn't know exactly what had happened yet. I didn't know who this Benjamin subject was at this current time and his role in the matter. So I took over the role for life-saving measures from him, and I had him back away and out, off the scene.
Okay. And this jury has previously watched Sergeant Soto and Officer Pruitt's body cam footage, but from your perspective, what did you observe about Hannah's condition when you approached her?
Her eyes were open. She was flush, pale. In my professional opinion, it did not look well.
Okay. Did you observe any injuries on her at any point?
I did. There was a bloody T-shirt that was compressed against her neck, in which blood was coming from, as well. There was a blood-soaked mattress that she was laying on.
Okay. Did you ever visualize any kind of wounds on her while you were trying to render aid?
I saw a pool of blood that was coagulating on the neck area when I kind of peered at it. So that's where I assumed the wound would be, but I never could kind of see it to see where the wound was.
Okay. And you indicated that her eyes were open and that she was flush. Did you see any signs of life in her when you were trying to render aid?
No, I did not see any chest rise. I flicked the feet to see with any startle movement, and there was none.
Okay. And what did you do to try to render aid?
I continued to hold the neck area, and also understanding the facts of the call and how much blood was lost and how much time it had been. I knew that blood had to get circulated as well, because in a certain amount of time there can also be brain damage.
Okay.
So I was trying to do compressions as well.
Okay.
As well as hold the neck area.
All right. And did you continue to do that until EMS arrived?
I did.
All right. And do you know who took over from you to try to render aid to Hannah?
Cherokee County EMS personnel, I do not know their names.
Okay. And after Hannah was taken by Cherokee EMS, what was your remaining role?
So when Cherokee County got there, they took over aid. From there, we tried to clear back people to make a clear path for Hannah and Chloe to get out of the residence for EMS personnel.
Okay. And did you speak to any of the parties or identify any of the parties on scene while you were there?
I did.
Okay. Who did you speak to?
I speak briefly to Mr. Benjamin. I spoke to a Miss Jessica Caffigan, subject, as well as a Sarah Stiles.
Okay. And were you involved in, who was the case agent and tasked with investigating this case?
I believe it was Detective Cruz.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury a little bit about the role of like patrol and first responding officers versus criminal investigations?
So obviously on patrol, when you respond to a scene like that, it's very chaotic. You really don't know what's going on. So your job is to try to, one, preserve life, preserve evidence, and then also try to gather as much information as you can. You try to separate parties. And then in a call like this, when detectives come out, they go more in depth with the call and we assist from there.
Okay. Tell me what you mean by separate the parties and what you did in this case.
So with Jessica, Sarah, and Gerald, who was also on scene, I know Jason Spillers was with Officer Pruitt, and Sergeant Soto would talk with Benjamin. And so I went downstairs. I made sure the females were separated. That way, there was no talking. There was no corroborating of stories or probably, sometimes, misremembering information.
Okay. Is that something that is routinely done until people can be interviewed about what exactly happened?
Yes, for basic investigatory purposes, you always try to separate parties.
Okay. So you indicated that Officer Soto was with Benjamin. Was he in a separate room talking to Benjamin?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then you indicated that Officer Pruitt was with Jason Spillers.
That's correct.
And then you went and separated who?
Jessica Caffigan, I believe her name was, and then Sarah Stiles.
Okay. And where was Jerry, the homeowner, at that time?
Jerry was kind of walking around. He'd kind of be in one room or be outside and then kind of go back in. And as more officers arrived, we were able to have more officers stay with one party, stay with this party, stay with this party.
Okay.
But my initial, until there was more officers there, was try to make sure that they weren't talking as much.
Was that pretty immediate, the separation of the parties after Hannah and Chloe were taken by Cherokee EMS?
Yes.
Okay. And then what information do you have about who was taken to Canton Police Department to be interviewed?
I escorted Sarah Stiles to the Canton Police Department.
Okay. Were all the parties escorted separately?
Yes.
Okay. Was that for the purpose of being interviewed by Detective Cruz?
Yes, and once again, obviously, you don't want the parties, riding in the same car. So just to, create separation and to make sure that there's the full truth in the stories.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Ms. Cutaway.
Good afternoon.
I just have one question for you. You testified today that you didn't know Mr. Benjamin Ben Michael prior to this.
No, I knew him.
Okay, how did you know him?
Well, I won't say knew him. I was on a call with him about 2 years prior, in which his RV he was backing down the road, and it got stuck because the driveway was steep, and his RV got stuck on the road. And when I went out there with him, about 4 feet in the road maybe, and when I went out there with him, and I ran his tag, his RV didn't have insurance. And I advised him, I used my officer discretion at that time to say, hey man, there's no damage, but you need to pull this RV back in the driveway and get insurance.
Okay, so it was for a traffic type situation.
Yes.
Did not involve Ms. Driver, correct?
Miss who?
Ms. Driver?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason to keep the witness?
No, Your Honor.
You can be excused. Thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Brooke Ice. Just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Okay, you can have a seat. Can you state your name?
Brooke Elizabeth Ice.
All right. And Ms. Ice, how are you employed?
I am a firefighter paramedic with Cherokee County Fire and Emergency Services.
Right. And how long have you been in that capacity?
8 years, a couple of days ago.
All right. And I want to get a little bit of information from you just to sort of background purposes for the jury about when somebody makes a 911 call and fire and rescue comes out, what that response looks like in terms of ambulances or fire trucks, and what's your role in that?
Okay. So what comes out to a medical call is what you're asking? Typically on every medical call in Cherokee County, a fire engine, some people call it a fire truck, and an ambulance come out together. We're combination department. So some days I'm on the ambulance, some days I'm on the fire engine. So every medical call gets a fire engine and an ambulance, sometimes even more if there's multiple patients or it's a wreck or something like that.
Okay. So you may potentially be on either the fire engine or the ambulance, depending
Yes, depends on the day.
Okay. And I want to talk to you specifically about December the 8th of 2020. Do you recall a response to 215 Mountain Vista Boulevard here in Canton?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me what information you received and when, in terms of the need to respond.
I'm not clear on the time. I remember it was in the afternoon, and we have a app on our phone that allows us to get calls. So an app notified us and said that a person stabbed had come out at this address, and it gives us a direct Google address in order to go to it. And on our way there, we have a laptop in the engine. It's called a mobile data terminal, or MDT as we call it. and it updates with information as the 911 call taker is talking to the person who called 911. And I distinctly remember my officer turning back and telling us that a female had left the scene, an adult female had left the scene. So he turned around and told all of us that, and that Canton PD was asking for us to come in immediately. Sometimes we stage, depends on the call, but if a cop determines that it's unsafe for us to be on the scene, they will ask for us to what's called stage. And that just means we stage a mile away from the scene. But on this call, we didn't stage at all. They asked for us to come in.
Okay. And if they ask for you to come in and not stage, is that sort of an indicator that's more?
Usually means
emergent?
there's a life-threatening, like something that they can't handle, and that's why they need medical assistance.
Okay.
Typically.
All right. So on this particular day, were you on an engine or in an ambulance?
I was riding backwards. I was the third person on an engine, engine 3.
All right. And who was with you on your engine?
Max Post was driving that day, and then Sergeant Morgan at the time was riding in the front, and I was in the back.
Okay. And was there more from Cherokee Fire and Rescue than just your engine that responded?
Yes. We, at the time, we were going through some different mapping distinctions within territories. So this address is at the edge of our territory and the edge of a downtown Canton station, Station 16. So neither of us knew which one needed to go. So both fire engines went. And then our typical ambulances that would have responded normally were not in service. So we had more ambulances coming from farther away because the 2 ambulances that were supposed to go weren't there. So ended up being 2 engines on the scene and 2 ambulances eventually.
Okay.
But initially it was just 1 ambulance.
All right. And in terms of you said you were riding backwards on one of the engines. How did you, in responding to this call, assign each person a role, or what was your role?
So the driver is obviously worried about managing, getting around cop cars. The officer is setting up, like talking to 911. And then my job was to get ready to get the medical equipment and then get out of the truck as quickly as possible to go and render aid.
Okay.
So that was my role.
So when you're what'd you call it?
Backwards or extra firefighter.
When you're the backwards rider in that situation, did you know that you were going to take lead?
Yes.
Once you arrived on scene?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do when you got there? Were you the first engine to arrive?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And what happened when you got there?
I got out of the truck and went up the driveway, and I met with a man in a driveway who was smoking a cigarette. I remember that distinctly. And he just stated to me, it's upstairs, down the hall to the left.
Okay.
And that's when I entered the house.
Do you know who that man was?
No.
Okay. And he said upstairs, down the hall, and to the left.
Mhm.
And where did you proceed at that time?
Went into the house. The stairwell to the hallway was in the living room. Went upstairs. There was another man in the hallway, and I pushed past him to get to the end of on the left in the hallway. And then that's when I went in, and there were 2 officers in there that I could see, and then the infant.
Okay. When you entered the room, did you know that there were 2 people in need of
No.
aid? Okay. And when you learned that, how did that impact the needs?
So we only had 1 ambulance going at that time because between dispatch and us, there was must have been a miscommunication of we didn't know how many patients there were on scene. So until going into the room, we only had 1 ambulance coming. And so how that changed is I clearly realized that we were needing more resources, so we needed another ambulance. So we had to call for another ambulance, which was even further away, to come and help us with this second patient.
And in terms of the individuals in the room needing aid, what did you observe about them?
So the first thing I noticed was Canton police officer was doing CPR on the infant. I believe that at the time I thought I saw her take her last breath. Could have been from doing CPR. When you do CPR, it does make the body move, especially with infants. And then as I was going around the corner and kneeling, I noticed the adult and that there was a good amount of bleeding around on the floor. And then I believe the police officer told me that she was also injured. So I was trying to figure out what was going on, told the Canton police, I handed him a trauma dressing and then told to just apply pressure to the adult. And then we kind of had to figure out what to do with the infant.
Okay. And did you primarily shift your attention to rendering aid to the infant?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you take over immediately after the Canton officer that was doing CPR?
Not immediately. Another firefighter from the Engine 16 got in there with me. And then he picked up the baby. I was doing CPR. And then what happened next was another man tried to enter the room. And firefighter Dobson and I, who was the firefighter off Engine 16, felt that the scene had gotten too unsafe for us as firefighters. So we decided to remove the infant from the room and from the house in order to try to get to the ambulance.
Okay. And was that feeling based upon like too many people being there and you not knowing who they were, or?
We didn't know the full extent of who was who, so to me it felt like we were in danger.
Okay. Did you at any time become aware of the presence of any type of weapon?
No, I was told later that by my driver of the engine, Max Post, that I was about to kneel on a knife, and I didn't know this. I was too busy trying to give instructions to the police officer, so he moved it.
Okay.
I didn't know about that at all.
Okay. And that was Max Post, one of your
Max
engine
Post.
riders?
He was on the engine with me that day.
Okay. And did you kneel down beside the bed to render aid?
I kneeled by the adult patient,
Okay.
like right next to her.
Okay. And how long were you in the room with all the parties before you all scooped up the baby and left?
I don't know, maybe it felt like a long time, but I'd guess not less than 5 minutes.
Okay. And who transported the baby to the ambulance?
Myself, firefighter Dobson, and then we met an ambulance called Squad 5, and they barely got out of the truck. The driver never got out of his seat, and then the paramedic got out and he got into the ambulance with us. We carried the baby down to the end of the driveway.
Okay. And who was lead in terms of caring for Hannah at that time?
It depends. We were kind of co-sharing it. Hines is as the primary lead paramedic on the ambulance. He's primarily in charge. But I'd given him the story. So in my report, I just stated that I transferred care to him, and then we both kind of took lead.
Okay. Were you with her present in the ambulance?
Yes.
For transport?
Yes.
After you left the room, the jury's seen some of the body cam where you all responded and picked up the baby and left. But can you tell them sort of what life-saving measures or aid that you rendered to Hannah en route to the hospital?
We applied pressure to the neck, but she was stopped bleeding at that point. So we were just put like small 4x4s on her neck, and then we did CPR, and we put her on pads, cardiac pads, in order to kind of seed her rhythm, which was asystole. And asystole just means it's like a flat line, so there was no electrical activity going on in her heart.
Okay.
That's pretty much the extent we did, because it's a very short drive from the address to Northside Cherokee.
Okay, and that was gonna be my next question. You were taking her to Northside Cherokee?
Yes.
What was the decision to take her to Northside Cherokee versus like Kennestone or one of the other hospitals?
Kennestone probably would have been about 20 minutes. And when you're in a cardiac arrest situation where you need like a secure airway, typically we're told in our protocols in order to go to the nearest hospital, so a doctor can try to secure an airway or possibly get the patient back much quicker than it would be to go all the way to Kennestone and then for those interventions to happen.
Okay. Did you all, for the duration of the ride, continue CPR
Yes.
or chest compressions? Who was doing that?
Dobson was, and then I would alternate with him.
Okay. And what does that look like on an infant?
Typically, you either can use 2 hands and use the thumb encircling, or you use 2 fingers. I use 2 fingers, and then you just continuously.
Okay.
pumping on her chest.
And so you said yourself and
Dawson.
Dawson were swapping off doing that for her. And how long was that drive from 215 to Northside Cherokee?
It's probably running lights and sirens. It's a 3 minute. I mean, it's not very far. 3-4 minute drive.
Okay. And did you enter the hospital
Yes.
when you arrived? And what happened at that point?
So they put us into a small room instead of the bigger rooms that are meant for cardiac arrest. They put us into like a small patient room, and it got pretty crowded in there. We continued CPR and helped them while they were getting things set up, because we had to tell them they had a very short notice to know that it was coming in.
Okay. You indicated, that CPR was being done when you entered the room, and that continued until you handed her off to the ER staff.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of your medical training and experience, do you have any appreciation for when you believe that Hannah was deceased?
I believe Hannah was deceased by the time we left the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why do you not discontinue your life-saving efforts even when you feel that that's the case?
We want to try to give our absolute best, and with any patient, doesn't matter. We want to absolutely try to give them their best shot and get them to definitive care.
Okay. And then in terms of the handoff to ER staff, what was your role in that?
I didn't give the report. I was in there when we were kind of like jumping off of each other, because I was the only one on the ambulance besides Dobson that had been in the house. I was the first one. So they were asking me questions of like, did you see what did this? What's the wound to the neck? And was mostly they asked if she had any rhythm, if she was breathing on her own and stuff like that. And she was not breathing on her own. She was in a systole, and then the wound had stopped bleeding at that point.
Okay. And what does the wound stop bleeding mean?
It just means there's no more blood. Like within an infant's body, there's not a whole lot of blood in general. So she probably bled out by the time we got out of the house.
All right. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Ms. Trethewey.
Good afternoon. You indicated that the call that you had received, the information was that it was only one individual that you initially thought you were responding to?
That's correct.
Okay. And that you didn't know that there was a second patient, I think is what you called her, until you arrived on scene?
Not until I got into the room.
Okay. And at that point, I think it was a partner or something also began assisting with the care of that patient, and you went straight to Hannah?
Yes, the police officer was actually helping us out, because he was the nearest one to the adult patient. And then after I left, I assumed that my partners came in.
Okay. When you were working on your patient, Hannah, did you happen to notice whether or not Miss Driver and Hannah's hands were together, or did you make any observations about that?
No, no.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, nothing clear.
Any reason to keep the witness?
Yeah, she may be excused.
You can be excused. Thank you, ma'am. Excuse me. Call your next witness, please.
Tom Priest, Your Honor. Tom Priest. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the evidence you about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Go ahead and have a seat. State your full name for the record, please.
Tom Priest,
Where do you work?
City Camp Police Department. Are you a post-certified peace officer in the state of Georgia?
Yes, I am.
Tell the jury, if you would, what it means to be post-certified in this state.
You go through certified training through the state of Georgia, 10 weeks worth of training.
Where'd you go to the academy?
Where to go to the academy? At the old Kennesaw Post by Kennesaw Mountain.
What year was that?
2000.
Where all have you worked as a police officer?
Just Canton.
When you first started at Canton, what kind of work did you do?
I worked UPD the road.
Now, we know we have our acronyms and things like that. What is UPD?
Uniform Patrol Division.
And when you did that, what type of duties and things did you do?
Answered calls, traffic stops, patrol the area.
Did you ever get promoted or move up and do different type of work at the police department?
Was promoted to detective.
Okay. When did you start doing that?
March of 2013.
And when you become detective, how many people are detectives at the police department today?
Today we have 5 detectives.
If you can just kind of tell the jury, Canton Police Department, tell them how big it is, how many people we have, how many active like investigators or detectives that we have working cases now.
Canton Police Department, we have, I believe, is about 55 sworn officers. We've got 5 detectives in our unit, 2 sergeants, a lieutenant, and a captain.
And where do you rank in the supervisory capacity at the police department?
I'm not a supervisor.
Do you work with other people that, besides just investigators, you work with the patrol and other people at the police department?
Yes.
Now, does the PD's office have actually like a crime scene unit like the sheriff's office does?
No, we do not.
When part of your training, do you have to get like continuing education and things like that?
Yes.
Do you specialize in any type of training or any type of police work?
As far as,
do you have any specialties that you focus on, or is it pretty much whatever? You're more of a general police officer.
we in detectives in Canton, we try to specialize, but we don't have specialized units. One week you might have a shoplifting case, or you might have a homicide case or a child molestation case. You just never know what's going to come up.
And part of your duties that you're there, if you have crime scene stuff, you have to take photographs or process a scene. Do you do that sometimes?
Yes.
Tell the jury what it means when I say to process a scene like crime scene. What does that involve?
It involves looking at the scene, seeing what you can visually see, photographing the scene, collecting evidence, looking for witnesses.
Do you have any specialized training to process a crime scene?
Other than basic crime scene processing, no.
So you had training on taking photographs?
Yes.
Training on lifting fingerprints?
Yes.
And training on kind of just drawing diagrams or just this marking what the scene looks like?
Yes.
Now, does the sheriff's office have more people that are more dedicated to processing crime scenes?
Yes.
When you get called to a scene and the police department responds, like a major scene like this, how many people typically respond?
Depends on the incident.
Let me turn your attention now to, I believe, Tuesday, December the 8th of 2020. I believe the 911 calls around 2:26 p.m. Did you get called out to 215 Mountain Vista Boulevard in Canton?
Yes, I was one of responding.
What county was this residence in?
Cherokee County.
Tell the jury, when you got called in, where did you come from and what did you see when you first got there?
Came from the Canton Police Department, which is right across the street, 151 Elizabeth Street. Drove to the scene. By the time I got there, I spoke with Sergeant Soto, who gave me a rundown of what was going on.
When you arrived on the scene, had the child had already been transported to the hospital?
Yes.
Who was there when you were there, as regards to the scene, lay persons, not law enforcement?
There was 2 or 3 males and 1 female, I believe, were still there.
Did you see the defendant, Chloe Driver? Was she there when you arrived?
No.
When you got to the scene, at some point, did you go inside the residence?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to view the residence and see what was going on?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you remember seeing when you first arrived.
I was led upstairs to the room where the incident occurred and saw large amounts of blood on the bed and on the floor. And I also observed a knife on the floor.
Did you have an opportunity to look at some photographs in this case?
Yes, I took some photographs of it.
Or not?
No objection.
They are admitted.
Judge, may I have permission to post those? Thank you. All right, what we're going to do is going to look at some of these. I'm just going to start with State's Exhibit 5. It should pop up on your screen here. State's 5, what are we looking at here?
That's like a Google map showing a direct route from the courthouse here to the incident residence.
As you look at State's 5 up on the left, is that indicating where the courthouse is?
Yes.
And then down towards the bottom, there's a little red mark or circle indicating where the scene was. Is that right?
Yes.
About how far is that from the courthouse as we stand today?
3.3 miles.
Now, this is State 6. The scene itself, what type of residential area is this in the city? Is it a suburb or
It's
subdivision?
a single home residential area.
All right, State 6, what do we have here?
That's an aerial view of the whole subdivision.
I'm going to take my marker. You see my hand down here?
Yes.
The indicator.
Yes.
Is this the residence, the scene that we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
And then a closer view, State 7. Is this the scene here?
Yes, that's an aerial view of the residence.
State 8, what are we looking at here?
The front of the residence.
How would you describe this neighborhood?
Quiet.
Y'all get many calls there?
No.
States 9, what are we looking at here?
That's the side driveway up to the residence.
When you went in to the residence, did you go upstairs first and did you do something else?
I walked inside the residence and then I was directed upstairs where it happened.
And if you were to walk in this residence, if you go up the steps, am I correct that you actually take a left and go down the hallway?
If you're coming through the front door, yes. I believe also through the side door, to the garage.
So eventually, when you get upstairs, the room that we're talking about where the death occurred is upstairs, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Did you have a chance to go into that room?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jury what you remember about the room.
It was a small room. It wasn't very big, like a standard sized bedroom. There was a mattress on the floor. There was really no other furniture around, but there was large amounts of blood on the bed and on the floor, and a knife on the floor.
Were you asked to take any photographs of the scene?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
May I approach you on that? These are State's Exhibits 10 through 19. See if these are fair and accurate photographs of the photos you took of the scene on December 8th, 2020. State's Exhibits 10 through 19, fair and accurate photographs of the room where the stabbing took place.
Yes, it is.
Just this time I tendered it was 10 through 19.
10 through 19 are admitted.
May I publish them, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, this is State's 10. Tell the jury what we're looking at here.
That's looking into the bedroom from the hallway.
Did you know, what information did you know about what had occurred in this room before you got there?
That there was a baby that was critically injured and somebody else had been injured.
Do you know anything about how entry was made into this room by the people?
They made forced entry.
And in States 10, you took a picture of the door frame. Why did you do that?
Because it shows a break in the door frame, that somebody had to force themselves into the bedroom.
States 11, is this another picture of the door frame?
Yes, it is.
And what is it showing here?
It's showing the forced entry and the break of the door frame.
States 12, did you take a photograph of the bottom part of the door?
The piece where the doorknob goes into to secure the door shut down on the floor, just showing that the frame had been broken.
States 13, and we have a kind of a wider view of the room, is that right?
Yes.
And when you take photographs, do you sometimes have a method that you do, or do you go from like left to right or right to left, or do you just kind of take photographs as you see things?
You do oversee it and go either left or right to left.
And now for the record, in States 13, what do we see in this photograph here?
There's a knife laying on the floor and a bunch of medical supplies, trash on the floor and blood stain.
The knife, is that how when you arrived it was in the room?
Yes, it is.
States 14 kind of moving to the right, is that correct?
Yes.
What do we have here?
Picture of the mattress, the bed on the floor, with blood.
Outside of these items that you see in the room, is this how the room was when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Not much else in besides these things?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Did you know where anything occurred in this room?
I did not.
You're just taking it as it presents itself?
Yes.
All right, States 15, what do we have here?
Large amounts of blood, towel, and a set of keys.
State 16?
View looking down onto the mattress with the blood and the towel.
State 17, what is this one?
A little bit further back view, also showing which was, I believe it was a diaper bag, also on the floor.
States 18, what do we have here?
Just a different view of it, and then you also see more of the blood in front of the mattress and baby wipes.
And then the last one, this section, States 19.
That's looking towards the door, towards the hallway of the room.
Your man approach. Yes. Sir, I'm going to hand you States Exhibit 20 and 21. See, those are fair and accurate photographs of a knife that you collected or found in this case.
It is.
Judge, at this time, I intend to evidence States Exhibits 20 and 21.
No objection. You're admitted.
Permission to publish them, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Let's look at States 20. When you found the knife, do you do anything? Do you touch it, move it, do anything like that, or what's your procedure when finding evidence?
We don't touch it until it's photographed and collected properly.
Again, at this point, you didn't know who used the knife or how it was used or anything basic beyond just what your general information was?
I did not.
Stage 21. What do we have in this picture?
The knife with a ruler to show the length of the knife.
And this knife that was collected, at some point were you asked to, I guess, stop what you were doing and the scene was going to be turned over to the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Who was it turned over to? Do you know?
The Cherokee County Sheriff's Office Crime Scene Unit.
Do you know which investigator or crime scene technician came and processed it?
Officer Shaw, or Deputy Shaw.
Did you work with him before?
Yes, I have.
Have y'all worked together for years, I guess?
Yes.
Now, what was the reason for the sheriff's office being called in? Do you know?
It's just they have more equipment and their training is more detailed than the training we have for processing a crime scene like that.
Now, we're looking at this case many years after the fact, but at the time that you're at the scene, is it fair to say that you didn't know whether or not there's going to have to be a lot of special processing by a crime scene unit? Is that why they're brought in, basically?
Yes.
So you know fingerprints or any other type of specialty knowledge or training was going to be needed?
Yes.
And when you were there, though, before that happened, did all the evidence that was collected by crime scene technician Shaw, was all that evidence, including the knife and everything else, was that turned over to you?
Yes,
And did y'all then take that back and secure it at the police department?
yes,
Did you follow your proper procedures for maintaining the chain of custody, maintaining the security and integrity of evidence when you did that?
yes.
To your knowledge, was there any issues of tampering with evidence or the mishandling of evidence or anything like that?
No,
Just you followed all the procedures and then documented that, including any evidence that was taken to the crime lab?
yes,
Now, when you're there at some point, obviously you talked to two men, is that right?
yes,
And when you talked to the gentleman, do you remember meeting with Jason Spillers?
yes,
And do you remember meeting with Brian Joyce or Benjamin Ben Michael?
yes.
And tell the jury kind of where they were at when you talked to them.
They had been separated. Mr. Ben Michael was in another room being interviewed by Sergeant Soto.
I want to start with Jason Spillers, if that's all right. You're on, man. Approach again. State's Exhibit 22, 23, and 24. See if you recognize those photographs as some that you've taken in this case.
They are.
Are they fair enough photographs of Jason Spillers at the scene on December 8, 2020?
They are.
Your Honor, enter these into evidence now.
You're admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
All right, let's look at States 22. This is Jason Spillers, is that right?
Yes.
Why did you take this photograph?
He had blood on his face and his forehead there.
Now, as we look at this photograph, kind of describe, if you could, for the record, you say it's on his forehead, but where all over the forehead is it?
The upper part of his forehead.
Do you know how that blood got there?
No, I don't.
Stage 23, what are we looking at here?
The palm side of his hands and his arms were cut with blood.
Stage 24, what do we have here?
It was the top side of his hands and arms with blood.
Why did you take these photographs?
Because of the blood all over his body, his arms.
And finally, did you have an opportunity to meet with Brian Joyce and Benjamin Ben Michael and take photographs of how he appeared after the stabbing?
Yes.
Here, may I approach? This is State's Exhibit 25 through 28. Let's hold on to those and see if those are fair and accurate photographs of Brian Joyce.
They are.
Your Honor, this time I tendered those in States 25 through 28 into evidence.
No objection.
And may I post, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
25, what are we looking at here?
Mr. Ben Michael, he's in the back bedroom where he was with Sergeant Soto.
Now, it hasn't taken me very long to go through these photographs, but trying to show the time at the time that this occurred and how long things take. About how long were you at the scene taking pictures and things before you actually started doing these type of photographs?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And during that time, were you able to actually see how people were emoting or how they're just how they looked and how they were presented to other people?
Yes.
You ever seen people in shock before?
Yes.
You ever seen people trying to process something that just doesn't normally happen?
Yes.
Here's the next picture of States 26. What is this a picture of?
Picture of the blood on his shirt.
States 27. What do we have a picture here?
Pictures on the palm of his hands and on the sleeve of his shirt.
And then States Exhibit 28. 28, what is this one?
The top parts of his hands with blood and the blood on the shirt.
When you talked to Jason Spillers, the first person we have photographs of, what was his demeanor like?
He was kind of shook and not, still trying to process everything.
Did it appear that whether or not he was in shock?
He might have been. I can't say we're certain.
Part of the job when there's a death scene, as in this case, have you ever had to notify, for example, a father that his child had died?
Yes.
Did you have to do that in this case?
Yes.
Tell the jury, if you would, when you notified Benjamin and Michael, Brian Joyce, that Hannah had died, how did he respond?
He was extremely emotional, crying. Had to sit down on the edge of the bed and just sobbing. And I try to ask for somebody that we can contact for him or not.
Did it appear he was just undone, overcome?
Yes.
Judge Mathprost just put some evidence up. May I have one moment, please, Your Honor?
All right, thank you. Cross-examination, Ms. Treadway.
I have no questions of this witness, thank you.
All right. Any reason to keep the witness?
No.
You can be excused. Thank you, sir. All right, call your next witness, please.
Chris Shaw. Yeah, I'm sure. Raise your right hand. These homers will affirm the evidence you're about to present in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name for the record, if you would, please.
Christopher Shaw.
Where do you work?
I currently work for the Cherokee County School District Police Department.
What do you do there?
I'm the SRO assigned to Cherokee High School.
What is SRO?
I'm the school resource officer.
Do you enjoy that?
I do.
What all schools do you work at?
Just Cherokee High School.
How many students are there now?
Last check was 2,800.
Now, how long have you been doing that?
I'm in my third school year.
Before you did that, did you work anywhere else?
I did. I worked for the Cherokee Sheriff's Office.
What year, are you a post-certified peace officer in the state of Georgia?
I am.
And what year did you go to the academy?
2003.
Where'd you go?
North Central Law Enforcement Academy.
How long was that?
411 hours.
What I'd like to do is just very quickly kind of your resume. Where did you start? What did you do? And when did you end up moving before you left the sheriff's office?
In 2003, I was a police officer with the City of Holly Springs. I was there for just shy of a year when I went to the Woodstock Police Department. There I was assigned to uniform patrol and then eventually became a canine officer with them. In 2007, an opportunity arose for me to go to the Cherokee Sheriff's Office, where I spent a short time in uniform patrol, the Waleska Precinct and Bridge Mill 6's precinct before being assigned to the Violent Crimes Unit in 2008.
In 2009, that unit was dissolved and merged with CID. And so in 2009, I became part of the Criminal Investigations Division, assigned to Evening Watch in the DV unit. And from there, continued my journey where I was assigned to crimes against children, and then back to major cases for a little bit before eventually winding up in the Intel unit, where I oversaw the formation and running of the crime scene unit, and then eventually rolled into managing our digital forensics unit, our whole forensics unit as a whole for the Cherokee Sheriff's Office. I left there in 2022 as a sergeant.
I want to turn your attention to Tuesday, December 8th of 2020. Obviously, you know why you're here today to talk about that day.
Yes, sir.
If I can just kind of pinpoint that date, at that time in history, what was the sheriff's office like when it came to crime scene unit, crime scene technicians? How many we have? What kind of people were in that?
We had 2 full-time, myself and my lieutenant, and then we had several part-time officers and civilian crime scene investigators who all took on-call rotations, but it was primarily my sole job.
In 2020, how much bigger was the sheriff's office compared to the county police department when it came to just human resources?
We were significantly larger. Just our criminal investigation division was 3/4 of their whole department at the time. So we could bring to bear a lot of resources.
And is the sheriff's office at that time a professional organization?
Yes, we were both state and national certified.
In bigger agencies like the sheriff's office in Cherokee County in 2020, at that time, was there specialization for certain skills and talents that officers, investigators, and detectives had?
At that time for us, we could specialize. So in 2010, I began my crime scene journey at the state level and getting my state certification. In 2015, I was afforded the opportunity to attend the National Forensics Academy, where I graduated with session 39 from the National Forensics Academy. So that's our ultimate goal in crime scene. We get to train with other crime scene investigators from all over the country, and sometimes we get to train with them from all over the world. And so in 2015, after my graduation from there, we continued our training and bringing that large network of resources that we have to bear in our small little pond of Cherokee County.
Now, I know we're retrospect looking backwards 4 years later after the crime occurred, but in the beginning, when you go to a crime scene and you're called in, do you know what all tools and things you have to use to process a scene?
No, I usually figure that out once I get there.
And can a scene be a simple scene where it doesn't take much? You can just take photographs to a very complex scene where you're looking for DNA and other evidence.
Absolutely.
Have you worked all different types of scenes?
I have.
And when you went to this scene, were you asked to help out the police department at the scene?
I was.
And what did you do here in this scene specifically?
So the initial call was to respond to the address there, Mountain Vista Boulevard. However, I was deviated to the hospital first, where I was asked to photograph and document the injuries on the victim child. And then from there, respond back to the scene to assist the Canton Police Department and their Detectives Bureau with processing the scene inside this single family residence.
So the first place you went to, heading to the actual crime scene, but then you actually ended up going to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to North Side?
I did.
It was that because you had to go there and process the crime scene of the child herself?
Yes.
And that's Hannah Nicole?
Yes.
When you got to the hospital, just tell the jury what you saw.
So when I arrived in the emergency department, I was met with Sergeant Cromer, who was the Canton police officer there, and with the Deputy Coroner Sally Sims. I was brought into the trauma room where I was presented with a 13-month-old white female covered with emergency room style blankets. Obviously, lots of evidence of medical intervention was present on the victim child. Got a very brief overview of presentment at the hospital, and then began documenting the decedent's condition as it was when I arrived in the emergency room. We do that through photography. In this case, we use digital imaging, digital photography. So I began just taking overall photographs of the victim child. From there, we start to remove layers, i.e. we take the blankets back, more pictures, continue to document all angles of the victim. From there, we go into close-up photography of any injuries or defects present on the decedent. In this case, there were several present in the neck area of the victim child. Once all that photography was done, knowing that the decedent is going to go to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to the crime lab for autopsy, that concludes my interaction with the decedent, so as not to disturb anything that the crime lab's going to do in their formal setting through autopsy. And so from there, I was released from the hospital to go back to the scene to start that part of our crime scene processing.
When you went to the hospital and little Hannah was there, were there many people around her, or was she by herself?
She was by herself. Well, excuse me. Deputy Coroner Sally Sims was present, myself, and little Hannah.
Did you arrive after all the life-saving attempts had been done?
I did.
Judge, this time, man, first witness.
Yes.
This states exhibits 29 through 35. See if those are fair and accurate photographs of Hannah as she was at the hospital. Yes.
They are.
Here, may I approach again?
Yes.
Judge, I tender to others now states exhibits 29 through 35.
You said no objection. All right, they're admitted.
May I publish them, Your Honor?
Yes.
Charlotte, what do we have here in states exhibit 29?
So this is just an overall top down of the victim child as she was when I arrived at Northside Cherokee Hospital.
And where is this room in the emergency room?
I believe their trauma room in the emergency room is right off the ambulance entrance. I don't remember if I was the first or second room, but it's right there off the emergency, where the ambulances pull up.
When you first walked in, was anybody with her?
Just the deputy coroner.
States 30, what do we have?
So after initial photographs, I removed the hospital and ambulance blankets to reflect the presentment of the decedent in the hospital. And so that's what we have here, documenting all of the medical intervention, but also documenting the significant volume of blood.
If you could for us in this photograph, states exhibit 30, is this the condition that you found, Hannah?
This was when I arrived.
When you arrived at the hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you, for the record, describe what is on her left foot?
On the left foot is the sock.
States 31.
We do document from the head down, full documentation with pictures. So I asked the deputy coroner to position, and what I'm looking for is not only evidence on the top, but any evidence of any injury or anything that may have been missed at the scene. And so I want to make sure I get a full documentation of the decedent's face.
States 32. Which hand are we looking at here?
This is going to be the left hand.
I'm going to zoom in. And what do we notice in this photograph?
And so my documentation of the hole was the arm, but that is a significant pooling and clotting artifact of blood. Also, the amount of saturation and layering in the clothing item that was removed.
States 33. Is this the right hand here?
This is going to be the right hand. And again, we're just documenting the volume of blood and then the transfer throughout the body, different areas where blood was deposited on the baby skin.
States 34.
These are the injuries that I noted on the child's neck, the two linear puncture wounds going down, and then the linear laceration below those two puncture wounds on the neck. And I've asked the deputy coroner to reflect the neck back to show them in a natural state. They're not stretched, but as the head would lie with hand, so as to document those injuries.
In States 35, what did you do here?
I needed to give scale, to give size and angle, if you will, of that large injury present on the child's neck.
How long were you at the hospital with Hannah?
I think an hour and a half to do everything, plus to consult with the deputy coroner and make sure that I had done a thorough documentation of the child's injuries.
Young man approach.
Yes.
Leading States exhibits 36 through 43, another set. See if those are fair and accurate photographs of the residents in this case.
Yes, sir.
Are those fair and accurate photographs of the location in this case at 215 Mountain Vista?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time I turn to the States exhibit 36 through 43.
Any objection? All right. 36 through, I'm sorry,
43, Your Honor.
43 are admitted.
Now published, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Ashar, let's look at this. So about, I guess you got there, it's dark, it's later.
By the time the search warrant got there, we were able to read. Yes, it had turned dark.
Now, a search warrant is a legal authority gives you to go in and search a place. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, nobody was giving you a problem not to search the house, though. Is that correct?
Correct.
And why do y'all normally just go ahead and get a search warrant? Is it just something you routinely do?
We do it in case we need to perform functions that may potentially damage a residence. If I have to remove items from a residence, if I have to start cutting into walls, remove carpet, remove large items from a residence, I want to make sure that I have a legal document. I also want to make sure that I'm staying within the scope of my legal document as a crime scene investigator. So we do it as a matter of work to ensure that we're doing the right thing for that specific scene and we're in our correct zone.
About how long did it take you to process the scene here? Do you remember?
I know we were there for several hours.
Would you consider this and I'm not taking anything away from the case in any means, but when it comes to the complication of the tools and things that you had to use in this case, did you have to do anything, any specialization like remove carpeting or take DNA or do any type of laser work or anything like that in this case? Or was this more of a, it is what it is when you walk in the room, you see it?
With this particular scene, once we got to where the incident occurred, it was a pretty clear-cut scene. It was very contained to a single room. It was photographs, measurements, documentation.
This is stage 36. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior front of the residence. We're just giving ourselves location, walking you, ladies and gentlemen, into the residence.
Stage 37, what is this a photograph of?
Again, this is just another angle of the residence showing the driveway and where it leads to in this particular house. So it's a side entrance, drive under garage.
The jury has seen body-worn camera video and they've seen the entry, but if you go into this garage and you're looking here at stage 38, this door, tell us about this door. Where does that lead to?
So this door leads into the kitchen, foyer. It's a very strange layout. It's a narrow hall. There's lots of stuff.
How's it, stage 40? Is that a picture when you come in that door, you're looking down the hallway?
Yes.
And I think, am I correct that if you walk straight and kind of go left, it's going to go towards the stairs? Is that right?
I believe so.
So that's stage 40. Stage 41, if you walked into this room and if you kind of orientate yourself by this door, the fireplace, and this drape or curtain thing here. Now I'm going to stage 42. You see linking them up here. So you come in that door, walk straight ahead, turn left, and I think you end up here. Is that right?
Correct. And then that will take you upstairs.
Is upstairs where the stabbing occurred?
Upstairs is where the incident occurred, yes, sir.
What do we have here in stage 43?
We're just showing pathway upstairs, walking whoever into the house up the stairs.
Young man approach. Mandy States exhibits 44 through 82. Look at those and make sure they're fair and accurate photographs that you took in this case. 44 through 82.
They are, sir.
Judge, at this time, I intend to evidence takes exhibit 44 through 82.
States 44 through 82 are admitted.
And may I post those, Your Honor?
Yes.
States 44, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the entryway into the bedroom, but more importantly, I was documenting the forced entry into the bedroom.
And how do you know that's forced?
The frame has been split down the middle where the latch would go, and it's pushed in.
Did you have any knowledge of who forced the door?
I don't.
You were just processing the scene?
Correct.
You don't normally interview witnesses or anything like that. You're just dealing with the loci or the actual location.
Yes, when we're asked to assist an agency and process a scene, that's exactly what we do. I don't, because I'm not the detective in charge of the investigation. I just document what is there, what is not there for those detectives.
Sean, do you remember how much furniture or things like that were in the room?
In that particular room,
Yeah.
it's just a mattress.
Were there some other items that you noted?
A couple small items.
Next picture, States 45. Was this just a picture of the busted door frame?
So what I've done is I've gone closer in, so I'm going to go from bottom up, just documenting the forced entry.
46, same thing, just going up in the middle of the door frame.
The middle of the door frame, but that is where the catch would be.
47.
Top of the door frame.
48, what do we have here?
And so now I'm walking into the scene, and so I want to look down. So we think about a camera sees like our eyes do, but it doesn't move. It doesn't have peripheral per se. So it's my job to make sure that I show you everything so that I move from bottom to top and keep it center. So that's all I'm doing is documenting that there's nothing right there at that door jam.
When you're processing a scene initially, do you know what evidence or items and articles or things like that are significant or relevant, or you just make sure you document the entire scene?
We do two ways. When we're assisting an agency, I stay within the scope of the search warrant that is given to me. In this particular case, it was read before I went in. I knew the parameters of the search warrant, and so I stayed within those scopes. But as far as knowing what's relevant and not, I would generally get that through my walkthrough, confer with the detective and go, hey, you need to maybe think about X, Y, and Z. But at the end of the day, whatever's in that search warrant, whatever the detective is asking us to collect, process, document is what we're going to do. But in the documentation, when I want to make sure that I get all of the scene, I may take some liberties in that. I'm going to take more pictures, try to get as much as I can while staying within the parameters and scope of the search warrant.
Could you explain to the jury how oftentimes we just talk about a crime scene, but a crime scene could be a scene as in a place, but it could also be people involved, whether it's the suspect or the victim, or could there be multiple crime scenes?
In this case, there were two crime scenes. So the victim child was the first scene because that decedent has evidence on it, around it, near it, or sometimes in them, depending on the mechanism used. And then there's a physical location where the crime may have occurred. So in this instance, we have the residence, but then we go upstairs to this particular bedroom and we find our scene. This is where we believe, based on the evidence and the presentment of that room, where this crime occurred. And so we have those two scenes.
Have you ever worked a knifing or a stabbing case where two people are involved and you're trying to figure out who's the primary aggressor?
Yes, we actually did one several years ago where we reconstructed it and ended up reversing, and it was determined to be an act of self-defense. Responded, and it was a stabbing. Lots of blood documentation. There were actually 3 scenes involved in that one. The residence in 2 areas of the street where the fight continued. And so
do you look for evidence of blood being spilled and where it's spilled, is that significant?
It can be, it's going to show me movement, and depending on where it falls and the type of blood that it is, can give me more clues.
Do you look for injuries on the people involved?
Yes.
Do you have to also know like who's involved in the relationship and the size and things like that?
Not necessarily when I'm doing my initial investigation, because I want to know what the scene is telling me, in that if I have blood, and I do this because I was a detective for so long, I don't want to engage my detective brain to force me to a conclusion. I want to stay impartial and let that scene talk to me. So when I see large volumes of blood, I'm going to note them. And then from there, once I've had an opportunity to take in that scene, then I can start looking at individual patterns and stains to make a determination of what kind of pattern or stain they are. And then from there, decide if they're going to give me information.
States 49, as we walk into the room a little bit more, what do we see here?
This was our first presentment. We noted a small knife just lying in the floor, and so we took note of that.
States 50, what do we have here?
And so all I've done is turn my body with my camera to capture more of the room. So now we're seeing an overall of the room, but now we have relation of the knife. I start to see our presentment of, there's a volume of blood on the floor. We see evidence of medical intervention, and we start to kind of get our boundaries for this particular bedroom.
51, just still going to the right, is that correct?
Yes.
52, what do we have here?
So here I'm inside the corner now, and I am along the right wall. So we have a mattress on the floor covered in a sheet, a large volume of blood with some transfers that would show movement on that sheet in this bedroom.
States 53, what do we have here?
And so now from my position in the room, I'm coming back to our left as I stand in the bedroom.
As you look at these walls, states 53, so I'm looking in this photograph, there's straight ahead, there's two windows, is that right?
Yes, sir.
To the right, so the mattress, is that correct?
Yes.
And to the left is a dresser, I guess you would call that, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you notice the walls in this? Did you find puncture wounds or holes or anything in the walls like that?
I did not.
How about those windows? Are they busted out or broken or anything like that?
No, sir.
Any disheveled, broken furniture or anything along those lines?
Not in this bedroom.
Just that bed is in the shape it's in, is that right?
Correct.
Now are we moving back to the left? Is that your procedure? It states 54 here.
I'm still moving towards the left.
States 55. Still going left?
Yes.
States 56. What do we have here?
And so I've moved into the center, and now I'm showing the floor in the middle of the bedroom.
57 shot, what do we have?
I've stepped to the left, still angle my camera down towards the floor, looking back towards the mattress. Again, documenting medical intervention, but also showing relation of the blood stains, the volumes of blood to the mattress.
States 58.
Again, just another shot where I'm trying to encompass more of the room in relation to everything on the floor.
59, what is this?
And so 59, I've moved 90 degrees to the mattress. So I am perpendicular to the mattress, and I'm doing my best to get a top-down overall shot of this mattress.
Is it accurate that when you arrived, there was no persons involved in this still on scene?
There was no one in this area when I arrived.
When you see this processing the scene, what does this tell you based on your training experience? When it comes to where the location of the blood or the amount of blood?
Just that there was a significant bloodletting event right here. This very dark blood and just the volume. Plus you can see some clotting artifacts in that indicate that there was a significant bloodletting event right there, but that there was also movement within and on top of this mattress as evident by the handprints.
Next, we'll say 60. What do we have in this, and what is this item that's at the kind of the foot of the mattress here?
I believe those were baby wipes, and I've just moved down to the end of the mattress, and so now I'm working my way back up.
We're talking about these here. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, sir.
61, just kind of stepping back. Is that what you're doing? 62?
And so in 62, all I've done is I want to show relation to the volume, the stain here on the carpet as it relates to the mattress.
If I can go back to 61, do you see in State's Exhibit 61, are there two pooling areas of blood, one on the bed and then one on the floor by the baby wipes?
There are two separate patterns, yes.
So what I'm talking about is this one here on the floor in front of the baby wipes, is that right?
Yes, that's one area.
And for the record, which is the predominant or has more blood, the one on the mattress or the one on the floor?
That is
which stain is bigger?
Because it's absorbed. The one on the mattress is bigger than the one on the floor.
Say 63, what do we have here?
That was a diaper bag that was sitting at the foot of that mattress.
And just to be clear, all the evidence you collected in this, the bag, the other things we're talking about, the knife, all that, you turn that over to Canton Police Department, is that right?
Yes.
Say 64, what do we have here?
What we call a medium range shot. So I'm showing the relationship of the mattress to the diaper bag and the sippy cup, just kind of cleaning that up.
State 65.
We're top down over that diaper bag.
When it comes to collecting evidence, like a bag and the contents in the bag, is there a time where that will be processed and things will be taken out and accounted for, usually?
Yes, and not at a scene.
So that's later on, someone else will do that, a lead detective or somebody like that?
Yes.
Did you just take everything as it is, not unpack it, and just turn it over to the Canton Police Department and the detectives there?
Yes.
State 66.
Just documenting the exposed side. So this is a side facing out towards the bedroom, not closest to the wall.
And 66, what are the items that we see in this photograph?
Well, I knew the burnt blanket, and then I don't really recall what the pink thing was. I'm sure it was an item of clothing, of baby clothing.
67.
Again, just another angle of the diaper bag, but noting the towel and then what was on the other side. And this is all done before we move a single item within that room.
68, just looking at the foot of bed.
So we're from the foot at what we call normal vision. So I just have my camera up this way and I'm shooting back towards that wall.
69, is towel on the bed.
Just turn the zoom in to note the towel.
70, what do we have here in this photograph?
This palm swipe was very intriguing to me as a crime scene investigator. And I wanted to try and document that. Just one, noting the size of that. I know that is an adult hand, especially since I had already been to the hospital and seen the victim child. So I knew that to be an adult hand.
71, just a closer view.
Yes.
And
trying to get over it and focus. And I'm trying to do this all while holding a camera.
And then in 71, you see the blood has different formations or shapes on the type of stains that are left.
Yes, it's absorbing into the sheet at this point.
State 72, what is this and why did you take a picture of this?
So anytime we introduce something into a crime scene, we have to document. We document through our notes and through photography. Obviously, yellow tint evidence markers are not naturally occurring things in people's homes. So we start to document, and I just figure out what I want to call one, and I go from there in a logical progression through my evidence. So we start with evidence marker 1. I decided that was going to be the knife. And so we have them with scale, and this gives us a relationship in size.
We'll zoom in on state 72. Sometimes this is evidence marker 1 or EM for evidence marker 1. Is that right?
That is right.
And what type of knife is this? Can you tell just by the logo on the blade itself?
That was a Cuisinart paring knife.
Did you go in the house and look to see where this was taken from?
At the end, we checked the blocks, and I found a block downstairs, a knife block. It had 2 missing knives. So we just documented that there were 2 knives missing from this particular block.
73, what do we have here?
So I used evidence marker 2 to denote this volume of blood on the carpet near the mattress.
74.
Four was the palm print. We would normally rotate it, but so 3 at the top, just noting the size with our scale.
75.
75, I just had to say all of this on this mattress here, this sheet is all number 4. So I said the top of the towel as best I could was the starting point. I laid a scale to show length and size and just called this 4.
76
is the diaper bag.
And then or do you remember blood patterns or blood spray and how blood can come out differently? Does it make different depending on how it comes out of the body? Whether it's a slow coming out, or if there's force behind it and it's being pushed out further?
The difference between arterial and venous.
And when you look at the mattress here, could that explain sometimes why there's different type of patterns on the mattress?
We wouldn't normally identify patterns on absorbent surfaces because I don't know how much time elapsed between the bloodletting event and the time I got there. So the blood absorbing into the material is going to elongate any stains or patterns I get. And so in our blood stain pattern training, we're taught we do this on hard, non-porous surfaces in order to get accurate measurements, to get angles of impact. I would just call that a volume. That's just a transfer of blood. I don't know how it came because as it absorbs, it could go lengthwise, it could go widthwise. So I'm just careful to document and say this is a large volume of blood here.
And then 76, we're looking at the bag, evidence marker 5. 77 is just where certain markers are in the room. Is that right?
Yes, I'm trying to capture the overall of all of the evidence markers with the relationship in this bedroom.
And evidence marker 1 for the knife in relation to evidence marker 2, you don't have any knowledge whether or not that was moved by EMS or pushed over there or anything like that, do you? Or do you know?
I don't recall that I was told that anything was moved upon EMS's arrival.
That's how you found the knife in that place.
That is how I found the scene when I got into it.
78, she's going back through. Now 79, what do we have here?
We removed the sheet and I wanted to document just the saturation to go along with that large volume. And so I had several pictures of just the saturation of the blood into the mattress itself.
Another photograph of that. And then 81 and 82, did you visually go downstairs to the kitchen and look for where this Cuisinart knife could have come from?
It was the only block in the house, and it was missing 2 knives out of the block.
Do you have gloves with you today?
I do.
Take your time. These things are tough to get on sometimes. You may approach the witness. Did you collect the knife in this case?
I did.
Did you have an opportunity before you testified today to look at this box and verify that this is the knife that you collected from the scene?
I did.
Go ahead and double check, make sure State's Exhibit 83 is the knife collected in this scene.
It is.
You know, this time I tend to have a State's Exhibit 83. Is it in the same or substantial similar conditions when you collect it, except for the protection and everything else in the box that marks the collecting of it?
Yes.
Just I tend to have in State's 83.
State's 83 submitted.
Judge, may we publish that in a traditional manner? I don't want to take it out of the box if that's all right. If you could just stand and just display it before the jury.
Yes. Step down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Robert. All right, sir, if you would just get in front of the jury, don't say anything to them, and just hold it up so they can see it, then I'm going to ask you some questions about it. You just walk down the line if you would. Well, thank you. You can just take it up there with you and ask you some questions. When you collect a knife like this, is it, obviously it was bloody, had stains on it, is that right?
Yes.
And then once you collect it, can it be processed or sent to the GBI lab sometimes to see if there's any fingerprints or other evidence in that?
That is correct.
And oftentimes fingerprints and things like that is to determine who held it or who used it, is that right?
Yes.
And is it in the shape that's in the box? Is that y'all don't try to clean it, change it, do anything with it? It's just it is in the shape that was found from the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
And then do you secure it?
I'm sorry?
Do y'all secure it and make sure it's properly packaged?
Yes.
And do you know about how long the blade is, or do you have an estimation about how long the blade is?
I believe it was less than, right at 3 inches. It wasn't very big.
And it was a knife with a set, is that right?
As best as we could tell, looking at that particular block, I believed it to have come from that block downstairs.
As you look at the knife today, is the blade open? It's not covered with anything?
Correct. Blade is
It's
open.
a serrated blade with a sharp blade on it, or appears to be.
It's non-serrated.
Non-serrated, but I guess a fine blade, if you would.
Yes.
If you go ahead and just package that back and close it for us, please. If you do me a favor, just take your time, and if you can just, the photographs I've given you, if you could just put those in order for me.
They are.
Okay. Judge Malfroach.
Yes.
Matt, one moment, Donna. Further questions this time, Judge?
We're going to take a short recess. Stay upstairs. Don't go downstairs. But we'll take a 10-minute bathroom break, and we will resume back at, well, it'll be a little more than 10 minutes. It'll be 4:15. We will go till somewhere between 5:30 and 6 this evening, so you'll be aware of that. But we'll let you be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Kessler?
Officer Shaw, good afternoon. Just have a few questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Your job now, you've held different jobs throughout your career as you testified to earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detective at one point investigating cases such as this
Yes, sir.
many years ago, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Your job now, however, is to basically to document a scene as you find it and to set the evidence as you see it for purposes of a criminal case, courtroom.
In this particular case, yes, sir.
Yeah. And primarily what you did in this case was photographs of the injuries that you saw with Hannah at the hospital and photographs at the crime scene at the house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you did collect some pieces of evidence pursuant to the search warrant as well that you turned over that were sent off to the crime lab to be examined by GBI crime lab.
I turned him over to Canton PD. What happened to him after that, I was not made aware of.
But you collected them?
Yes, sir. I did do the initial collection.
You collected the knife that you have testified to as Exhibit 83, right?
Yes, sir.
You collected the sheet that was on the mattress in the room, right?
Yes, sir.
And you also collected some swabs of blood from the blood stain in the carpet.
I would have to look at my evidence control record, but if it's listed in there, then I collected them.
Okay. Let me, may I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Officer Shaw, I'm going to approach with a document that I was provided in this case. Can you look at that and identify what that is?
Yes, this is the inventory that we left with the search warrant.
Okay. And it does list on that document you and Lieutenant Ballard. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Is it possible that Lieutenant Ballard took the swabs of the carpet, blood stain on the carpet?
No, one of us collected them.
Okay. But do you recall doing that yourself?
I don't at this point, no, sir.
Okay. But it's fair to say that those are the three items that pursuant to the search warrant that you took, you, and I don't mean you individually, but you and law enforcement took from the home that were turned over to the Canton Police Department in their investigation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you turned those over to Canton, you didn't have any say-so with Canton Police as far as the nature of what they did with them. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you know who the lead detective was in this case?
I believe it was Detective Cruz.
Do you recall how many conversations that you had with her about this case? Or did you have any?
I did not have any, no, sir.
Okay. So you didn't have any instructions or directions to her about any of the items of evidence that you seized from the home?
Correct.
You took photographs of a couple of handprints on the sheet in the room, is that right?
Yes.
And you found those handprints to be important from a documenting perspective because it showed some signs to you that there was movement in the room.
Yes.
Right? That was your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many people were in the room before law enforcement arrived?
I do not.
You were not aware of that when you were documenting the scene at all?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware where, for example, Hannah, the child, was in the room and where Chloe was in the room when law enforcement arrived?
No, sir.
Okay. So you weren't aware who, if any, one was on the floor or who was on the mattress specifically?
Correct.
So you're not clear when you're documenting that scene whose blood that is that you're photographing, right?
Correct.
It could have been Hannah's, could have been Chloe's, could have been a combination of both of them. Is that right?
That's a fair statement. Yes, sir.
And I presume that you never conducted any interviews of any of the people that were in the room, Mr. Spillers or Mr. Binyama?
No, sir.
Okay. You testified that your job was to, I think I had these right. You said your job was to get a full documentation or a thorough documentation of the child's injuries when you were at the hospital. Is that right?
With respect to the child going to the crime lab, yes, sir.
Yes. And when you got to the hospital, who made you aware of the nature of Hannah's injuries?
The deputy coroner.
And that was Coroner Sims?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she had already evaluated the baby at the hospital by that time that you got there, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. She is the one that informed you the injuries that she observed to Hannah were the photographs of her neck that you took photographs of, right?
Correct.
The injuries in her neck that you took photographs of, I should say that right. 2 puncture wounds on the top part of her neck and another laceration below those. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Those were the injuries that she described to you, and that's why you took photographs of them.
I would have taken the photographs regardless that she described them. They were there, but yes.
Okay. You didn't take any independent evaluation of the child's body yourself.
What do you mean by independent evaluation?
You didn't look at any other parts of her body to determine any other injuries to photograph. That's what I'm asking you.
Yes.
You
I
did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you take photographs of her front as she was laying on the bed and also of her backside of her body?
I'd have to look back through all my pictures, but that's what we do when we document a decedent in the hospital or anywhere for that matter. So we take pictures of all.
Okay. You recall writing a police report in this case too, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed that police report before you testified today?
Yes, sir.
And you noted in that report the 3 puncture wounds on the neck. Is that fair?
That's fair.
You recall saying in that report that these were the only visible injuries on the victim that you observed?
That I observed, yes.
Okay. And no one else at the hospital, ER staff, Coroner Sims ever described or identified to you any other injuries that you would have taken pictures of? Is that fair?
Yes.
And if there had been other injuries that somebody would have indicated to you, you absolutely would have documented them in your investigation of this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One second, Judge. I think that may be all my questions. That's all I have to say.
Just my follow-up.
Yes.
Counselor asked you about other injuries and things like that, but to clarify, the state that Hannah was in when you observed her, that was the state that you found her in the emergency room in that area. Is that right?
That was the state in which she presented in the emergency department.
And then the next step would be that Hannah would go, her body, there would be an autopsy done by the GBI. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so whatever, and they do a little bit more thorough examination of the body and things like that.
Yes.
And they would take their own photographs and document that. A medical doctor would document all the injuries that she had on her body. Is that right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Any further cross-examination? Any reason to keep the witness? Thank you, sir. You're free to go. Call your next witness, please.
Lindsay Harris. One moment, hang on. All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Can I have a seat? Can you state your name?
Lindsay Harris.
All right, and Ms. Harris, how are you employed?
I am the commander at the Cherokee Sheriff's Office in the Intelligence Division.
Okay, and what does that mean?
I manage a unit that encompasses intelligence analysts that provide investigative support, as well as digital forensic acquisition and crime analysis.
Okay, and what does it mean to be in digital forensics or intelligence?
Various things, but ultimately there's a side of intelligence that extracts data from devices, whether it be cell phones or computers, and then there's the analysis of that information.
Okay, and so you indicated you're with the sheriff's office. What role do you play in sort of providing support services for other law enforcement agencies within Cherokee County?
So in particular, digital forensics, the tools we use are very expensive. So we purchase them at the sheriff's office, and we often assist other agencies that may not have the personnel or the equipment to do so in extracting devices.
Okay, and when you say extracting devices, what typically are you talking about?
So yeah, the term extracting is simply you take a phone, for instance, and you plug it to a piece of technology and you follow some prompts and it extracts the contents of the device.
Okay, and can you tell the jury a little bit about your background and training that sort of allows you to perform the functions that you perform?
Sure. I've been at the sheriff's office right at 7 years, where I've been an intelligence analyst as well as a digital forensic analyst. Prior to that, I worked 8 years at a federally run Drug Enforcement Administration task force. Again, there I provided investigative support and intelligence analysis, as well as particularly digital forensic analysis.
Okay, and in order to, have you testified as an expert in digital forensics before?
I have.
Okay, and in order to hold or maintain your status as a digital forensics expert, what type of trainings and continuing education do you complete?
We're continuously training to keep up with emerging technology. In particularly, I am a certified criminal intelligence certified analyst through an international organization. That organization, you have to test and you have to do peer review essays. You have to have specific training courses as well as time on the job. I have a master's in public administration. I have a bachelor's in criminal justice, and I'm also nationally a real-time crime professional, which is a national certification as well, and a cybercrime intelligence analyst certified.
Okay, any idea how many cell phone extractions you have completed in your career?
It's hard to give a number, but hundreds for sure.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Ms. Harris as an expert in digital forensics. No objection. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. You mentioned that you offer support services to outside agencies. Does that include Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And specific with the case that we're here today for State v. Chloe Driver, did you have any interaction with Detective Cruz about assisting on the intelligence side in processing any evidence that was collected in this case?
Yes. I believe Detective Cruz and Sergeant Hamilton reached out to a corporal at the sheriff's office and asked for assistance in the extraction of, I think, 3 devices relevant to this investigation.
Okay. And do you, can you tell the jury what those 3 devices were and whose devices they were?
Sure. So the 3 devices were all listed on an evidence control record, as well as provided with a search warrant. In order to drop off any phones to our laboratory, you must have a search warrant, which gives you the legal authorization to conduct the extraction, as well as the evidence control record in which we sign and take possession of the phone or phones. In this case, it was 3 different devices. They were labeled P1 through P3, and they were for a Sarah Stiles, a Brian Joyce, and a Chloe Driver.
Okay. And so were they all 3 cell phones?
Yes.
Okay. So Brian Joyce, Sarah Stiles, and Chloe Driver?
Yes.
All right. And when you use the word extraction, like what actual process are you using, and what are you able to pull from a device such as an iPhone?
So you mentioned iPhone, but every device is a little different. Even 2 iPhones can be very different because they're on different versions or they're different models. But the term extraction, again, is just the physical taking of data from the device into a system that reads it and then decodes it in a way that we have a report that's easily analyzable. But we use technology, and we have two different systems that we use depending on the device. Again, a lot depends on what type of device, what version of the technology it's running, and other factors include, has the device been powered off? Has the battery died? Does it have a passcode? Is it in airplane mode? All of these different factors definitely make a difference in what can be extracted.
Okay. What if you have an iPhone and you don't have a passcode? What are the options to get into it?
So we do have some technology that does what's called a brute force. That's where the technology constantly tries to do different patterns and numerics to, I guess, jailbreak, in common terms, the passcode. And now that does take time. And sometimes you can get just general information as far as serial number and phone number, email sometimes if you don't have a passcode. Again, if the system's successful in jailbreaking the phone, you could get a full extraction without a passcode.
Okay. When you say jailbreaking, is your system just running random combinations of numbers until it's
Correct.
successful?
Yes.
And how long can that process take?
That can take months.
Okay. I want to talk to you. You said that you received 3 devices from Detective Cruz. May I approach the witness? I'm handing you what's marked as States 115. Do you recognize or know what that device is?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it?
This is the device, I believe, labeled P3, which is Chloe Driver's cell phone.
Okay.
And I did put my tag on the back of the phone.
Okay. And did you receive a search warrant to complete a forensic evaluation and extraction from this device?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I would tender States 115.
Any objection to 115?
Yeah.
It's in there.
When you do an extraction, I know you indicated like there's a lot of technology involved, but on a basic level, you're plugging in a device into very expensive technology and generating and pulling data from something. What do you generate that can then be provided to the case agent or the investigator?
So after the acquisition of the data is made, we do create reports based upon the data that is pulled. And these can be in different versions and formats. So we oftentimes create a PDF report. We create what's called a UFED reader report. It's simply the name is given by the company. It's called Celebrite. And the Celebrite tool is the one that decodes that data that's extracted from the phone and provides it in a report. The UFED reader, it gives you some options that a PDF is great in the fact that, you know, it's easily searchable, control find, if you will. But the UFED reader gives you more categories. So if you just want to look at chats, you can click it and it's almost hyperlinked within there.
Okay. So when you're looking at something through the reader, is the UFED reader almost like an application that you can navigate through the phone data?
Correct. And
Okay.
it's similar to PDF. It's got hyperlinks again. And the data is the same in both reports. You cannot manipulate the data at all. You can just sort of focus your efforts a little bit better.
Okay. So that kind of leads me to my next question. You said once you extract that information and provide it to the case agent, like whether through the UFED reader or the PDF, can that data be manipulated or modified in any way?
No, the actual data cannot.
Okay. And as it relates to this case, did you create both a PDF report as well as provide the complete extraction with the UFED reader to the case agent?
Yes.
Okay. Any idea how many pages your PDF report is that you generated from the extraction of this phone?
For this phone particularly, I know it was over 80,000 pages.
Okay. And Your Honor, this time I would tender States 116, which is the PDF complete phone extraction.
No objection. State 16 is admitted.
116, sorry.
I'm sorry, 116.
Okay. So the over 80,000 page PDF report is a lot of data from this phone. I want to talk to you a little bit more about the other version of that information that is provided to the case agent. Through the UFED reader, you indicated that you can kind of hone in and narrow in on like just text messages or just photographs, things like that. Does the UFED reader application allow you to generate smaller reports based on certain search terms or certain date ranges or certain criteria?
Yes, that's one of the pros of the UFED reader. You have the ability to filter down the large, vast amount of data into what you're looking for.
Okay, so in the UFED reader, if somebody wanted to look at all of the data that you extracted from the phone and just put in the search term kill, would it generate a report of all the times the search term kill was found in the phone?
That's correct.
Okay. And when individuals that are involved in the case go through and generate those reports, does it in any way modify the data that you provided?
No, it cannot modify it. It just, again, concentrates, isolates the data into a separate report.
Okay. So you're just taking the large amount of data and creating more digestible, specific reports from that large data?
Correct.
Now, do you, in some instances, actually go through and analyze and sort of comb through the data to look for certain evidence?
Yes, that's more of the intelligence analyst side of it, of the actual analysis of the data. It totally depends on the request that we receive.
Okay. Is it uncommon for investigators or individuals that seek your assistance in extracting phones to do that themselves, so to speak, to comb through the data you provide them and you don't actually get into the substance?
That's not uncommon, again, especially in an assistance type case.
Okay.
But there's times we are asked to do the extraction and the analysis, and there's times we're just asked to pull as much the extraction.
Okay. And in this case, what were you asked to do?
This was just an extraction request.
Okay. So you extracted it, you provided all the data and the UFED reader to the case agent, and did that conclude your involvement?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I have no other questions.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You also did extractions on the two other phones in this case, correct?
Yes.
All right, and one of them belonged to the Ben Michael?
I had it as Brian Joyce.
Okay, and were you told that he goes by both potential names or?
I wasn't told very many specifics about the case.
All right, do you remember what kind of phone that was?
I have it in my notes here on my report. You're asking specifically about Joyce?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that was a Samsung device.
Okay, and you generated a Cellbrite report based on that extraction as well?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately how many pages that report ended up being?
I do not know.
I said somewhere in the nature of 8,000 pages. Would that be refresh your recollection?
I don't recall the exact number, but that sounds, extractions can range from various amounts of pages.
Well, if the report indicated it was an advanced logical 12-10-2020 report from that particular phone, you would have no reason to dispute that that was the report generated from Mr. Joyce's phone.
Correct.
Okay, and then you also generated a report from Ms. Stiles' phone, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and well, let me back up. With Mr. Joyce's phone, did you have a password for that one?
It was a pattern.
Okay, and do you recall how you were able to get that pattern?
It was provided by the detective. That
Okay. Do you remember approximately when you received that?
The devices.
No, the pattern, ma'am.
So when they drop the phones off with the search warrant and the device and the electronic control record, they also fill out what we call an electronic media retrieval form.
Okay.
This gives me all of the information as far as the contact information for the detective, any suspect information. Again, if there is a passcode, they write it on this form. And I also use this form to notate when I do certain steps as far as downloading the phone and what reports I run. Again, I received that phone on December 9th.
On December the 9th.
Yes.
Okay, and then you also did the cell phone extraction for Miss Stiles, correct?
Yes.
And that was another iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And did you have the password for that one?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember approximately how many pages that one was?
I do not know.
Okay. If I told you that one was 107,610, would we have any reason to dispute that?
I would not.
Okay, so you don't have any dispute as to what's contained in those Cellbrite reports with respect to Mr. Joyce and Miss Stiles as also being reports that were generated or information that was generated based on your work in this case?
That's correct.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Any reason to keep the witness?
No, Your Honor. Subject to potential recall of the defense for purposes of today. Excuse me.
All right, you are excused. You're subject to recall. Call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state would like to break for the day. The witnesses that we have lined up for tomorrow are medical witnesses that cannot be here this afternoon.
All right. I told you we would go past 5. I was wrong. We are going to adjourn for the day. Matter of housekeeping that you might want to know is that tomorrow we are going to provide lunch for you so that the lunch recess may be a little bit shorter than it was today, but we'll make it easy for you and hopefully be able to speed things up in that way. And you'll get menus, I think, tomorrow morning where you can make some selections. Also, you are aware now, of course, about more of the allegations of this case. You're aware that there are media posts about this case. I urge you to understand the importance of not trying to access any media outlet or otherwise communicate with anybody about this case. Don't try to find out any information about this case by any means. Leave us your notepads and we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You